Hello everybody! Oh my god. I'm actually on time. What? Oh shit. Where did I put my... I left it here. Okay. Sorry about that. I was looking for my phone. And I was like, where did I put it? But I couldn't remember, so... Then I found it, so I was like, cool. Anyways, hi guys! How are you all doing? So before we start, I just want to say... I'm probably gonna kill myself this stream. Okay, I know, that sounds bad, but wait, let me explain. When I say that, I mean my throat, right? I feel like I'm gonna kill my throat. Because obviously I do plan to do the entirety of Karma's route today. Because again, I don't want to split them up too much. Because it's a lot. Because again, we have 5 guys. And as you saw with Rod's route, it took us about 4 hours. I know technically if you look back at the VOD it says 5 hours, but that's because like I was struggling to get to the good ending. So yeah. So I kinda wanna do it like how I've been doing with like slow damage. I don't know if you guys have been watching my YouTube videos. I have been playing slow damage off stream, recording it basically, like I did with Cereza. Cereza is finished, by the way. So if you ever want to watch it in like bulk or whatever, now's the time. But whenever slow damage had like a new chapter, I would do like the entire chapter in one sitting, just so it's like all together. That's pretty much what I'm trying to do here with Cinderella Phenomenon. So that way, if there's a specific love interest that you wanted to look at, so like for example, maybe you wanted to only watch Rumple, you would be able to just watch that stream, that video, that VOD, and not have to like sift through the others to try and get to it. So, yeah. But the main reason why I was holding off on starting as soon as possible is because I don't know when they posted it, but so at some point today, was it yesterday? Hold on, let me see. I'm pretty sure it said today, right? This is this week. Stupid. Okay, so it was posted like 2 days ago, but Bust the Fellows Season 2 is Index Fest, and they have released a demo for us to play. So getting back to what I originally said, where I'm going to be killing my throat today, because I do want to try and do the Bust the Fellows 2 demo on stream today, after we finish Karma's route. So I hope you guys can hang in there with me. You know what I will do? Because like I said, I do want to keep, you know, what was it? Basically, like, keep it together, so I might, like, when we finish Karma's route, I might, end stream and then, like, start up again, just so that it's, like, 2 separate videos. Because, again, I also don't know how long the Bust the Fellows 2 demo is. Because as we saw before with, like, Enso Manage, it was about 3 to 4 hours, if you put it all together. So, yeah. Sometimes when people, like, make demos, the demos are, like, either, like, superbly short or really long. Which is why it's, like, really hard to, like, tell what exactly is a demo. because everybody has like a different version of a demo. So like, I forgot what game I was playing, but the demo was like really short. Right. And then, like I said with Gensou Menage, that one was pretty long. And I was like, when's the demo gonna end? Alright, so now that I've informed you guys of the plan for today, that I hope to do, and I will try to do, let us start with Karma, the person I picked first when I first played this like 8 years ago. And to this day, I still love him very much. I don't know if I already told you guys what his curse was. I probably didn't, because I'm like, oh, but I want you guys to figure it out find out while we do it. But I know I did spoil Waltz's, and I think Fritz's. I don't know if you guys remember them, but it's fine. You will get a reminder when we get to their roots, so don't worry. Alright. Wait, what is this? Did I? No, I think this was something I intended to play, right? Sorry, just let me check something real quick. Because I got... Oh, was it? Who made this? Was this Ibby? It is. That's why I got a notification about it, okay. Never mind then. Never mind. Alright, I'm good. Sorry, I just had to check my email. I decide to go search for Karma as soon as I'm done with Mr. Broom. Or as soon as it is done with me. He should be sitting at the bar or at a table. I find him at the usual table, talking to Waltz, who has his hands on a box. It is the same as any other. Right. Maybe coming to Karma was a bad idea. Sorry, I had a thought, but then I was like, you know what? It's okay. I don't need to say it, so that's why I didn't say anything after the, Sorry. Work. Karma suddenly stops, then whirls to look at me with wide eyes. I cannot say that I like the glimmer in his eyes. Helping Karma carry things does not sound pleasant, but I'll go. Perhaps this might be considered good. Besides, I'll finally get to leave this place for the first time since I've been here. I'm sure. Let's see if I still got it. I can get his good ending in one playthrough. No, because like, even to this day, I'm still surprised that I ended up being able to do that. Like, no right choice indicator or anything. Just strictly gut feeling. For the rest of the day, Karma takes me to different shops around the town, reading off a long list and giving me the coins to buy things. I notice the townspeople treat me nicely when the two of us are together. I do not understand why everyone likes Miss Karma so much, but maybe it is because they do not really know him. We stop in the middle of town and sit at a small cafe on the outskirts to take a break. Miss Karma is still the picture of elegance. Why do you dress like a woman? I love how blunt that was. I mean, listen. Why is this even a secret? True, you did. What was your curse again? Karma was one of the only people at the tavern who did not share what his curse was. Yes? You know what my curse is, so tell me what yours is. You dragged me around town to help you carry things. They weren't mine either. I do not think a curse is meant to be a happy thing. True. Alright, let me just read this out for you guys. I have the beauty's curse. It is what forces people to fall in love with me every time they see my handsome face. Is that really a curse? It does not seem awful at all. I honestly don't remember what I said. Let me just go based off of like my gut feeling again. It's been terrible for people to just fall in love with you. I mean, it's like after a while, it does start to grate, you know, grate on you. Because now you know that it's because of your curse and not because the person actually cares about you. And it does make it difficult to actually discern who, you know, actually does and who is just like affected by the curse. Yeah, like I said, I'll just go with my gut feelings. But it does not make sense for a witch to cast a good curse on you. Why is he thanking me? Still, it feels like I am missing something. Is that really the entirety of his curse? But don't people fall in love with you when you are a woman as well? And when you're a man? Whom does it affect? Oh, okay, I see. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so no princess that love is admiration or appreciation, sometimes lust. When you're a man, they swarm to me like moths to light, become suffocating. That the curse only affects women. It is a condition of the curse that they be a woman and that I be a man. It is part of the fairy tale. Which... that's true. Honestly, I never read Beauty and the Beast like the original fairy tale. But I am pretty sure that like Belle herself was... Oh! Oh, no, 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 sorry. I just remembered, like... Okay, so yeah. Basically, if you didn't really guess it by now, he's got the Beauty and the Beast story. So the part that he's talking about is like when I'm guessing like how no, I'm trying to think. Like what kind of person was Belle? Hold on. Let me see. Because like I said, I never read like the original story of like Beauty and the Beast. Thank you for the update. Okay. Let's see, original story. Hey, does anybody actually have it though? Oh, okay. That's wow. Okay. Sorry, I was reading like the little synopsis that they had about it. So they said like in the original tale, the backstory of both Belle and Beast is given. The Beast was a young prince who lost his father, and whose mother had to wage war to defend his kingdom. The queen left him in the care of an evil fairy who tried to seduce him when he became an adult. I mean, I guess how kind of her to wait until he became an adult. When he refused, she transformed him into a beast. Let's see. Belle's story reveals that she is not really a merchant's daughter, but the offspring of a king and a good fairy. The wicked fairy had tried to murder Belle so she could marry her father, the king, and Belle was put in the place of a merchant's stepdaughter to protect her. Wait, what? Okay. But it says people are most familiar with the shortened tale by Jean-Marie Le Prince de Beaumont. It said they transformed it into a quintessential fairy tale. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just trying to like understand like the original story. Okay, so there was another one before it that was longer. Okay. And the person, Jean-Marie, they made it more suitable for younger readers and changed many aspects and omitted some stuff. Okay, so it makes me wonder which version of Beauty and the Beast are they using for this one? Because there's like a lot of retellings. So yeah, it's based on one of those. Oh wait, is there a summary? Alright, sorry about that derailing, but like I said, I've never read the original Beauty and the Beast. So... I'm only assuming that, it obviously has ties. Which fairy tale? Karma suddenly stands up and points at a man selling red apple like candies. He pulls me over, insisting that we try one. I try to bring up the subject of the curse again, but to no avail. Karma somehow manages to be distracted for the rest of the day, and is able to effectively dodge my questions. Is Karma hiding something from me? Why would he? I thought pairing up meant helping each other break our curses. Does he not want to break his curse? Oh, don't tell me it's another Rod situation. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Oh my god. Why is the audio so loud? Nope. Settings, please. There we go. It's still loud. Yeah, because I'm like, it's probably pretty loud for you guys. Holy shit. It's like, I'm trying to make sure it's not that loud, but holy. He did not do anything. I love her bluntness, man. It's the truth. You avoided half of my questions. Karma lets out an exasperated sigh that becomes a very forced yawn. You didn't do any. This is literally that Sailor Moon meme I was talking about. Her tuxedo's mask is like, my job here is done. She's like, she didn't do anything. And bro still leaves. Oh, it's like a trail mix. Yeah, I was not gonna be able to guess that. Saying, oh, this is like a walnut. Parfait, help us. What is his deal? Karma walks away, leaving me alone with Parfait. I do not know why I agreed to work with him. I did not get a single good deed today. Did Karma just use me then? I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Tonight I will rethink my partnership. I barely slept that night. When I wake up the next day, my body is sore from carrying supplies around town yesterday. The more I think about Karma, the more my anger boils inside of me. How could I have not gotten a good deed yesterday? I decide to find him first thing in the morning. I see him at his usual table, once again staring out the window. Dark aura seems to surround him, and I notice that no one is sitting with him today. Karma? He keeps— ooh. Wait, what is this? A nut I have not seen before. He keeps staring outside, and his eyes are glassy. Is this a raisin? Hell no. I hate raisins. They're disgusting. Karma! It is far from a good morning. I did not sleep well. I did not sleep at all last night. His voice is surprisingly cold, his tone rather dismissive. I was too busy thinking about yesterday. You told me that helping you would maybe help me complete a good deed. I point at my necklace, which hasn't changed at all since I received it. Do you see? Not another piece. I was thinking that pairing up with you was a bad idea. I did. You must have known. That's right. I never told him directly I wanted to partner up. Should I have? Well, it does not matter what I say anymore, because I do not think you can help me. Opportunities? So even Karma is calling me the Ice Princess. At least I speak my mind and don't pretend to be someone I am not. Girl. Damn, I'm going for the jugular. And I do not promise things I cannot deliver either. That is not my fault. Hi, Rumple. I don't know what told me it was Rumple, but I just knew. I just knew it. I'm like, it's that sorry excuse of a man. I turn around and see Rumple appear at the front door. He strides toward the table with a confident grin on his face, and then takes another seat. Karma lets out a sigh. Foul man. I'm dying. You flirt with a man once and he hates you. Is that it? True. My god, how many raisins are in here? Ew. Oh, gross and gross. Something about the expression on Rumple's face tells me that is not true at all. Are they always going to be at each other's throats now? What are you doing here, Rumple? I mean, yeah, I am. Oh, is this Chestnut? Sorry. I know, it's just like I'm reading and then you just randomly hear me saying, ew, raisins. Oh, is this a chestnut? Oh, a walnut. I can't help it. That was a disappointment. I mean, Rumple's not wrong. Rumple turns to me, grabs my hand and winks at me. Oh good. What is this nut? It tastes so weird. This is not a chestnut. Before I can slap his hand away, Karma slaps him instead. The cannot help the surprise on my face. The most brutish man, that's a crazy thing to say. Maybe I like my men brutish. I don't know. Got him again. Rumple stands abruptly from the table and glares at Karma. I can almost see electricity bouncing between the two of them as they stare over my head at each other. I see Jurian walking toward us with a stern look on her face. That's the thing, Rumple didn't really... Wait. Let me look at the log again real quick before I make my choice. It's like, I don't wholly think... Oh my god, why is it not going up? I hate that I can't scroll. I hate that. Okay. I mean, Rumple wasn't in the wrong until he, you know, got up all in my personal space without really asking. Also, hi Prismo, hello. So, it's kind of hard, because it's like, both of them are right and wrong. Rumple is right, because like, he's here to offer assistance since Karma can't give me that assistance that I need, but Rumple is also wrong for, you know, getting all of my personal space like that without asking if I'd be comfortable with that. Oh man. Which one was the right one for his route though? But Rumple's also kind of right here though. It's like, sure, the first time, you deserved it. But then you hit him a second time and it's kind of like, Brody, that wasn't necessary. Like, I get it, you know, he said something insulting, but like, did you really have to hit him a second time for that? Like the first time, you know, yeah, to get him away from me, because, you know, he was invading my personal space and whatnot, but like, second time? You sure that was necessary? Like, just because somebody insults you does not give you the right to just deck them in the face. Because that's like not the mature thing to do, I will say. And honestly, it's just better to like let it roll off your back than to just be like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna hit you because you insulted me. Because like, that just really goes to show what kind of person you are, kind of. That like, if anybody were to like sit there and insult you, you would just sit there and hit them. Instead of like trying to like deal with it calmly and rationally. So I know it's very obvious that I'm like on the side of Rumple, but I don't know, man. Like I said, both of them are right and wrong. I have to think in like Karma's line of thinking. Well, that's not necessarily true though, because let me open up Steam again. Because with Rod. Nope, this is not it. Is it this one? Here we go. No, that's not it either. What? Yep, this is it. Because this one is a bit cleaner. Yeah, because like with some of them, with like in Rod's route, a few of them were kind of like opposite of what you would think Rod would want. Like with the dancing one, for example, where you could be like, no, I was just curious, or you can be like, you know, be haughty and be like, oh yeah, I think I'm just a better dancer than you. Normally you'd be like, oh, you know, just say you're curious, but no, you have to sit there and say that I'm a better dancer than you, so that's why I'm kind of like hesitant. Oh man. Ah shit, you know what I should have done? Oh my god, I completely forgot. Hold on. I need to like go back. Forgive me. Forgive me, because I did not save it at the beginning of chapter 3. So yeah, like I said, forgive me. Oh, no, wait. Okay, fine. Got rid of it, thank you. Because I know we're gonna have to come back at some point. I can feel it. The world is just like... Okay, there we go. That... Perfect. Oh, and I should probably delete it. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'll just be on the side of violence doesn't solve everything. Probably wrong, but, you know, who cares? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, first time, yeah. You know what? That's what you get for invading my personal fucking space without even asking. But then it's like, he didn't deserve that second time. He really did not. Like, come on now. Come on. No matter how annoying Rumple is, I don't think he deserves to be abused so much. Besides, Karma does not usually lash out like this. I moved to stand in front of Rumple. And hey, think of it as me being kind, right? Standing up for somebody who doesn't deserve this mistreatment. This is pathetic, Karma. I know you're not in the mood for pleasantries, but that is no excuse to hurt Rumple. You are acting like a petulant child. Petulant? How do you pronounce that word? Like, I've seen it, I've heard it, but I still can't pronounce it myself. Petulant? Petulant? How is that petulant? Where's the ch? Where's the ch? What? This has to be like a word taken from like another language, because there's no way. I wasn't expecting him to so easily admit to a mistake. I turned to Rumple. I was only standing up for you, Rumple, because Karma is annoying me. I looked down at my necklace, but there is no extra piece. So that wasn't a good deed either. Jurian comes to stand in front of us, her expression stern. Rumple leaves, and I am alone with Karma. He slumps back down into his chair. After making sure he won't do anything rash again, Jurian leaves us. So, hi Prisma, how are you doing? I know I said hi, but I didn't ask how you were doing. I was too busy trying to, you know, rationalize and think. Father? Fine. I leave Karma sitting there by himself and return to the front of the tavern, where Anise has more chores waiting for me. Today, I have to work as a server, which is still better than working with Mr. Broom. The usual people are at the tavern, and I overhear conversations as I work. At one point, Garland walks over to the bar and Anise serves him a drink. He looks sullen, and I watch him curiously for a few moments. Then I notice that he's staring at Jurian, who is talking sternly to two drunken men, continuously clacking their bottles together at a table. Garland looks so agitated. What is wrong with him? Garland stands up and I can see silent anger in his eyes. A few people at the bar look up at him with worry. He looks back at us almost like he's coming out of a trance. He sits back down, glancing once more at Jurian as she continues speaking to the men. They glance at Garland warily, their expressions more somber. Why was he acting that way? Garland's usually more composed. No. I brush all thoughts of what just transpired from my mind as I return to my work. Hours go by and my body protests to all of the leaning I have to do. Even though I had to carry a lot around town yesterday, it was nice to be out for a while. Maybe I am better off helping him just to avoid the chores in here. At least that stops me from being worked to the bone. I always perform like this. Do you mean to say that I don't perform well on other days? I swear I do that so many times. Like, oh, so you're saying I wasn't doing well the other day? See how it is? Is that supposed to be a compliment? I walk away from Anise, who stares after me sadly. If she wanted to give me a compliment, she could have said something that wasn't so backhanded. As the tavern clears for the day, I finally have time to sit down and relax. As I am sitting there, Waltz pulls up a chair and sits in front of me. So you too with the backhanded compliment. So you're mocking me now too? You are implying that I'm not normally good at this. You're not helping your case, Waltz. Mm-hmm. So the children are telling you that your shows aren't normally satisfactory. No. No one likes me here. But smiling is hard work. I am not going to smile for any of them. I do not owe them anything. Any smile that isn't owed is fake. I am leaving, Waltz. I want some time to myself. I walk upstairs to my bedroom, pointedly ignoring the look of sadness on Waltz's face. I have been sleeplessly laying on my bed for hours. Sometimes I hear the sounds of people walking through the hallway. Who would be up at this time of night? I need to leave and get some fresh air. It is eerily quiet at night. I stop when I hear faint sounds coming from outside. English. Let's go outside and be nosy. Well, I did say I needed some fresh air. No point in backing out now. I walk to the front door. I turn and see Delora looking at me, amusement flickering in her eyes. Getting some fresh air. You can't just keep me inside like some caged bird. Then there won't be any problem with me going out right now. I'm not going to go far. Before Delora can stop me, I walk out the front door and head in the direction of the sounds. And you must be the most annoying witch. Delora lets out an undignified snort as she catches up to me. Delora and I eventually find ourselves in the forest. Those sounds. It sounds like metal against metal. Excuse me? I get the answer to my question when we walk through the trees and come into a clearing. I finally see where the sounds are coming from. Two men stand in the clearing, swords clashing. One of the men is Garland, who is poised with his sword. It takes me a moment to realize that the other is Karma, who isn't in a dress. So it was he who was with Waltz that night. Neither he nor Garland noticed us at first. Of course I am. What is all this? Karma can use a sword that well. The king told me once that only knights could have such skill. Just who is Karma? His voice is nothing like the feminine voice I always hear from him. Karma actually sounds like a man. I notice him looking at me in between his strikes with a little smile. How does he remain so composed and steady with this distraction? Karma quickly finds an opening in Garland's hesitant stance, and then pins him to the ground with his sword, still smiling. Karma straightens, sword in hand. Moments later, Garland stumbles to his feet and gives an obedient bow. Karma nods at him before sheathing his sword. Slow melancholy begins to creep into my heart. For some reason, seeing the sword practice makes me nostalgic, though I am not sure why. What are you practicing for? To protect? I think I remember having this kind of conversation with them before. Isn't the most effective swordplay not meant to be flashy? That seems unnecessary. Isn't it to protect all of us in the palace? The knights protect for different reasons. I turned to Karma. But Karma, you are not a knight. There is no way Garland and Jurian would do that. After all, both of them were the best knights in NGL before they were stripped of their titles. What? Is Karma really so talented? Yes, a classy flirt and a not classy flirt, okay. So the reason you are so tired today is because you do these practices at night? Why does this have to be a secret? Does it have to do with Karma's curse? But he's not in his disguise now. We could have been working on breaking our curses today. But no, you decided that staying up late into the night and practicing was more important. That was probably why you were grumpy this morning. Garland, you were at the palace. How is it that Karma possesses more skill with the sword than you? I mean, she asked a pretty valid question. And he really helped me with my curse. But how will he do that by just presenting opportunities? The sound of swords carries through the night air, and for a long while, I stand with Delora watching the two men fight. Karma chides Garland often, telling him that his concentration is waning. Karma is a good swordsman, perhaps even better than the palace knights. His nimble swordplay repeats again and again in my head, even when I return to the tavern for the night. But mother, they're so fun to watch. But the father says that those knights are supposed to protect me. Not so good? Even though father said they would keep me safe? But the knights are... But notice how she's specifying a man with a sword. She never said anything about a woman. Yes, mother, I understand. Yes, I understand. Oh my god, girlfriends. Hey, girlfriend. Let me stop. Ma'am, sir. It has been about 2 weeks since I first saw Karma here in the forest practicing with a garland. Why can't I read today? I have come here every night since then, though I never stay as long as Karma since I actually have work to do in the mornings. Their two swords clash, and Karma laughs as he throws Jurian back and taps her lightly on the shoulder with his sword. I noticed that every time Karma practices with Jurian, he's in his Miss Karma disguise. He says it's because of the curse, and because he does not want Jurian to fall in love with him. Isn't he being overdramatic? I doubt someone like Jurian could fall in love with Karma. Jurian, you should hit him on the head for that. He is not delicate at all. Jurian laughs and I scowl at her. Is she laughing at me? I doubt it. You always say that. Something flashes in Jurian's eyes as she readies her sword again. Karma stands ready as Jurian rushes at him with her sword. Their swords clash again. I wonder. Karma, your back's open. Karma turns. Jurian taps him on the shoulder and laughs aloud. Why did he listen to me? He told Garland the other day that it was crucial to only listen and watch the most important things. Karma walks to a corner to have a drink. I should probably head back to the tavern soon, but there's something I want to see first. On her way out, Jurian gives a solemn nod to Garland. She pauses to say something to him, then looks at me, noticing my vague curiosity. I have seen him fight, and Karma is a good swordsman. There's no doubt about it. Yet is practicing with him really so special? They both suddenly stop to look at Karma, who is smiling slyly on the side. Why does he have that look on his face? Garland shakes his head, his expression snapping back into something more serious. The two exchange quick farewells before Jurian waves and steps out of the clearing, leaving Garland with Karma. shrugs Garland's comment off. The two ready their swords, then get right into practice. Jurian has taken over Garland's patrol now, so that Garland can get in some practice time. He got his ass. The conversation that Karma always has with Garland is the real reason I stay behind to watch them practice. I don't understand why Garland answers Karma's question if doing so makes him so depressed. Why don't you just confess to her already? Karma lands an easy hit on Garland, who sighs in response. Whenever Garland thinks about Jurian, he gets distracted. I do not understand his feelings at all, but seeing him remain quiet frustrates me. True. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it doesn't hurt to, but... Oh no, add in a minute. Aren't they both knights? Haven't they been training together for a long time? Here we go again. One of these moments where I have to actually think. It's like, yeah, it's easy to just say, say something to her. But it's also like, you can, I can understand. Like, having a crush on somebody, being in love with somebody and not knowing how they feel about you and, not having really much confidence in yourself. It's kind of like, oh, yeah, I can kind of see why, but it's also like, you're not gonna get anywhere if you don't say anything either. So what, you're gonna wait until she gets snapped up by somebody else to say something? Like, man, you gotta seize the opportunity while you can. But I suppose we should be understanding here. No, because if you told her and she refused, then it would be difficult afterwards. Of course I understand. I'm not stupid. What does that even mean? I don't think so. I don't think anyone understands half of the fluff Karma speaks. I end up staying longer than I intended. By the time I consider returning to the tavern, Garland and Karma are wrapping up for the night. I have a question for Karma, so I wait until Garland leaves before I approach him. Hell no. I have enough of that every day when we run errands. I just have a question for you. You ask Garland the same question every time you train, and he always tells you that he cannot confess. Karma nods in acknowledgement, but his attention is on his sword. He inspects it carefully before sheathing it. It frustrates me. And that look of his always annoys me. It is annoying. Yes. You do not know anything about me, and I do not know anything about karma either. But if you never ask, you will never get an answer, and the stress of worrying stays with you and ruins everything. Why are you staring at me? Blunt? You are far more blunt than I am. I am not amusing. He really is insufferable. And yet I still come to him for advice. It is. It really, really is. I have plenty of times. It's not great, man. My thoughts shift to the king. My chest tightens. Karma reaches out a hand to brush a strand of hair out of my face. I slap it away without realizing. He pulls his hand back with a gentle sigh. Also, welcome back from the ad. I might start using these ad breaks for breaks. I might actually start doing that now. Especially since I plan to go long today. I should probably utilize like the 3-minute breaks that I get from the ads. Oh, I mean I used to in the past utilize the ads, but then I was like, fuck it. No, I cannot imagine. Loving someone and finding out they do not feel the same way. I always knew my father never loved me. My understanding is different from what karma is referring to. Besides, I no longer hold any love in my heart for the king. I have already given up hope on him. Right? It is. Karma asked to be alone, so I returned to the tavern by myself that night. I do not know why I agree to this when nothing changes. Today, I am once again out in town with Karma, running errands. Since we've been partners, he insists on me coming with him every day. Why do you need a new dress? Why would you want to make a good impression on people in a disguise? A disguise is meant to conceal you. It does not exist to be flaunted. Is the curse really that powerful? Karma leads me over to the dress store, and our conversation pauses when he goes to the store owner to give specifications for a new dress. When we leave, Karma suggests going to some place to reward me for all my hard work. You're treating me? What is this feeling? Gratitude? Karma does owe me for everything that I've done for him, so why do I feel like this? You know, it would be much easier for you if you just helped me carry bags. Karma cuts through my suggestion easily. Does he really dislike work so much that he'd rather pay me off for helping him? Karma takes me to a stand showcasing all kinds of cupcakes. There are some with colored frosting, others with fancy decorations. Some are especially eye-catching, like a bright blue cupcake decorated with little stars. I turn back to the cupcakes, which I realize are big enough to share between 2 people. Am I choosing one for myself, or one that Karma would like? I guess he is treating me, but... Two cupcakes catch my eyes. One has a tiny little creature sitting on top of the frosting. It seems to be a little lizard of sorts, though it is strange. The colors remind me of Karma's dress. The other cupcake is decorated with little white chocolate pearls. Those pearls are small and somehow cute. But Karma might like the other cupcake. Honestly, the lizard. Because fuck prim and proper. Let's get the lizard. I'll have that one. A chameleon? I was thinking he'd like it for the colors, not the chameleon. Whatever that is. Karma leads me to the middle of the plaza, and the 2 of us find a table. He walks off to get a fork and a knife before returning and handing a set to me. Do we really need a knife and a fork to eat a cupcake? So, before we got your dress and you distracted me with cupcakes, we were talking about your curse. Why don't you want to talk about it? I mean, yeah, but the whole point of pairing up is to help each other with our curses. I do. Only because it is necessary that I help him so he can help me. You said you would provide me with opportunities. Well, I don't think I've done anything for you either. Good company. No one has ever told me that before. They only chide me for being difficult to speak with. Karma starts cutting the cupcake, his knife sliding through the frosting and cake with ease. I've definitely never seen such refined manners for a simple dessert. True. When I get a cupcake, I peel back that shit and just bite into it like a fucking apple. I have no need to tell you any of that. Would I be doing a good deed in telling him? I don't think so. No, 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 no. Do not accept those terms, because he's gonna be like, oh, I said that? No, I didn't. Be like, I tell you one now? You tell me one now? I'll tell you one now. What makes you think I'm interested in your life? You know what? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Only because we are working on breaking our curses. What? Why does he always insist on changing the topic? Karma cuts the chameleon on top in half. I notice that he gives himself the head, which is a lot cuter, while I get stuck with the tail. I know that they are. Is he willing to go this far to avoid the subject? What? If he had servants, then that makes him a noble? The lizard on the cupcake does not seem all that fantastic. Silly little chameleon. That's weirdly endearing. It was ridiculous, but he said I was very good at hiding, so it suited me. It seems like you are still good at hiding. You hide behind your disguise and keep many secrets. I don't think that nickname makes any sense. True. Can we please just get back to the subject at hand? No. If you insist on sharing a story for a story, then I will tell you something about me. She believes in fair trades. I normally do not see any reason for sharing things about my past, no. Mother once told me that to confide in someone else was weakness. Well, a weakness. But more than that, I was always worried that others would judge me. No one has ever wanted to listen to me. I know enough about others' opinions of me to know that they think I am the one at fault. Always. A story for a story. That is the deal, right? I expect you to keep to it. Or, rather, a fact for a fact. It's not like I have to tell him everything, just something about myself. I will tell you about my life at the palace. It is not as if it's a secret, though I doubt Karma would understand. Ever since Mother died, the palace has been a cold place. Why the surprise? Is it because you see Amela and Rod and assume we're all one big happy family? Her kindness is fragile at best. She tries far too hard for it to be genuine. Her insistence is irritating. I have never wanted to be friends with her. The king took a second wife after my mother died, as if she never mattered to him. Karma is silent, and I continue to talk, my emotions loosening my tongue. I had meant to stop there, but the words kept coming. The only one who ever showed me any affection in the palace was Mother. The king never paid much attention to me in the first place, but he treats Rod and Amela far better than he has ever treated me. All of my fondest memories are of her. She was always with me in the palace, teaching me right from wrong. She taught me how not to show weakness, who to speak with. Oh, give me a second. Sorry about that. I had to let the cat out. You probably heard him jump down. Needless conversation is useless. People are often very likely to lead you astray. That was the reason I never saw any reason to speak with the townsfolk. Will you judge me as everyone else does? Sad? Why would he be sad? It was not an empty life. It wasn't as if the townsfolk would have accepted me anyway. Mother said they were not to be trusted. I will not hear you speak ill of Mother. Karma coughs and I pause to stare at him as he clears his throat. What is it? I hear the change immediately. His voice is lower, far lower, and the soft gentleness gone. Karma puts a hand to his throat and grumbles. Karma's voice is teetering on the edge of sounding unmistakably male. I've always wondered how he is able to change his voice, but I always forget to ask him about it. What happened to your voice? I turned to see a young market girl approaching us. She looks at Karma adoringly. Karma? Oh, he was in here too? I cannot help but giggle as the girl takes a step back, looking shocked by Karma's now deep voice. Karma curses again in his deep voice before forcing a bright smile on his face. I noticed that he is trying to change the pitch of his voice, but the highness is only annoying rather than soothing now. Karma turns to me urgently, but I am too amused to offer any sort of assistance. What is it, Miss Karma? Karma's smile is forced, and his eyes are glaring at me. I laugh once again, not able to help myself. His expression softens, but only slightly. I mean, listen. I'd love more than anything to tease the absolute hell out of this man. But let's get a move on. Poor thing. Like, imagine I'm like speaking like this, and then all of a sudden I'm like, "Hey yo," like the deepest voice I can muster. Oh, it's funny as hell. Come on. I think we had better get going. Karma nods his head. I'll have explaining to do if we just sit here. No, obviously not. Aw, dang it, I fucked up. Man. He doesn't look amused. Why? I'm only trying to get us out of here faster. He takes my hand and curtsies politely to the girl as he pulls me away. Karma, you sound sick. Run out? You talk too much? Karma puts a finger to his lips as we stroll through town. He shakes his head, making it clear that he won't speak to me until later. When we arrive at the tavern, it is already dark. Karma pauses and turns to look at me. What? Well, of course I laughed. You sounded ridiculous. You and Rumple really are the same. The comment doesn't faze him. He smiles widely as he leaves for his room. I cannot get those words out of my head, even though I'm supposed to be resting for the night. I think I should go see if Karma is practicing with Jurian or Garland. I leave my room and go down to the reception room. Delora and Parfait let me go to the forest at night alone now since they know that I am meeting up with Karma. Parfait is in the reception room tonight reading a book. I was always told reading in the dark was bad for your eyes. I noticed that she's closed the book and I can now read the cover. She's reading Cinderella. That's my fairy tale curse. The Great War was caused by the fairy tales, right? And yet you are reading one. But why are you reading Cinderella? My curse isn't anything like the fairy tale. It's reversed. Cinderella had everything handed to her by a fairy godmother, and had everything taken away. Compared to what I used to have, what I have now might as well be nothing. No one in this tavern enjoys my company. Like me? Why would you like me? I haven't even been here that long. Emily, you were saying that everyone at the Marchen is like family. I speak more with the people here than I have ever spoken to my own family. In the palace, I was always alone. The only person I could speak with was Fritz. It was. Not in response. No promises! As I head to the door, I recall what happened earlier today. Parfait, what is this potion you make for Karma? Karma hides this curse, but you must know the conditions for breaking it, don't you? Parfait does not answer. Or are you also keeping it a secret? I just don't understand why he won't tell me everything when I am trying to help him. I put my hand to the necklace around my neck. I still haven't performed any good deeds. Can I really do this? I'm going now. I walk out the front door and into the forest. I decide not to think about all of this, at least not until later. I wish this was all simpler, and that Karma wasn't cloaked in so many secrets. Mother, I went to town today. He told me that it would be fun. No, everyone looked really angry at me, but I don't know why. Jealous? And damn! Manipulative mom. Alright guys, we're... Oh, hold on, let me see. Start at 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what would be half of that? 4. We're almost halfway there. So yeah. So basically, there's 8 chapters after like chapter 2 for each route, obviously. And so halfway there would be like chapter 6. We're almost there. I've been at the March-In for a couple of months now, and I still haven't managed to do a single good deed. Today I went out to town with Waltz to buy ingredients for parfait. The two of us have both been very quiet, which is uncharacteristic for Waltz. Yes, sir? What? Does Waltz not like my company? Is that why he is asking why he had to fill in for Karma? He said he was tired. Waltz turns his head, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. It does? How can you tell? Before you were cursed? Why? An adult. Oh, right. You have the Neverland curse. You were stuck as a child when you should be a man. So it's basically like, imagine him handsomer and taller. Waltz is so much more straightforward about his curse than Karma. The two of us go into a store, where we find the little cups that Parfait asked us to buy. After I pay, Waltz automatically picks up the bags. His help is nice for a change. I have become so accustomed to carrying the bags on my own. No. You can see from my necklace that I have not. And that's like a dumb question to ask me, sir. I still don't see how I have changed at all. Karma hasn't taught me anything about doing good. He is selfish, flamboyant, and acts as if the world revolves around him. Oh, so kinda like you. Wait, that came out meaner than I expected it to be. Holy, oh god. Damn. If she was a real person, that probably would have hurt a lot. Holy shit. I am. I'm okay with Karma's company. Most of the people judge and shun me. But Karma hasn't done that, and he's even mentioned enjoying my company. I have become more tolerant of him too. Waltz's eyes light up, and I see him pointing ahead to a crowd of people gathered around the center of the town. A woman stands in the middle of the crowd, telling people's fortunes. The crowd around the woman only grows larger until nearly half of the plaza has been taken up. I find myself pushed around in the crowd as I try to follow Waltz. The crowd is dense though, and in no time at all, I have lost him. Waltz! I call for him, but I do not see him over the dozens of people in front of me. See, it would really help if he was, a man again. I will wait for him at the outskirts of the crowd. He should be able to find me. I make my way out of the crowd and into the edges of an alleyway. Why an alley? Of all places, why an alley? Walt still does not appear. 10 minutes go by and I consider walking back into the crowd when I hear a voice behind me. I feel someone grab my hand. Slap them away and take a step back. When I turn, I find a man standing behind me in the alleyway. Didn't mean to startle me. If you didn't mean to startle me, then why would you walk up behind me like that? Fuck you. What do you want? Oof. Who the fuck? I'm sorry, what the fuck? Oops, are you? You know who I am. Who are you? No, you're not. But the king does not remember me. The only people that would remember me are witches, fairies, and those with the curse. So who exactly is this man? A witch bitch. You're lying. The man grabs my hand roughly, begins trying to pull me through the alleyway. First thing I try to do is scream, but the man clamps his free hand over my mouth. The crowd is getting farther from us, and no one can see us in the shadows. Ah, dang it, which one was it? Because if you wait for an opening, you might not get an opening. But then if you fight back, it might just backfire. He will be expecting me to fight back. I have to hold my ground until there's an opening. What would Jurian and Garland do in this situation? I'm not a bad guy. That's what all the bad guys say. The man walks me down the alleyway, his hold on me still tight. I'm forced to walk with him until we get to a dead end. Now's my chance! I look up to see Karma standing on the rooftop right above us, in his disguise holding a sword, a broad grin on his face. Karma jumps down from the building and raises his sword in front of him. His eyes are angry, his earlier jovial personality fallen away. Karma rushes forward, moving faster than I can see. Even in his long dress, the glint of the sword causes the man to fall backwards, loosening his grip on me. I step back from the man's hold and watch as Karma points his sword at the man's neck. You really want to test your luck? I mean, he might. He might. It sure ain't, sir. The man runs off, leaving me alone with Karma in the alleyway. I breathe out slowly as relief washes over me. Waltz approaches from where the man had run. Karma and Waltz's voices become faded and indistinct as my vision blurs. I am suddenly light on my feet. All the adrenaline from earlier has dissipated into thin air. I feel tired. Damn, girl. Before I can collapse, I feel arms pulling me back up. I close my eyes and fall into blackness. When I wake up, Denise is setting a tray of food down on my bedside table. She does not notice as I rise slowly from bed. Denise, have I been asleep? Just thinking about using Mr. Broom gives me a headache. Where are Karma and Waltz? And Karma? If he has patrol tonight, that must mean he was resting this morning too. How did he know I needed help? No, I'm going to visit Karma. What? However he knew, if Karma hadn't been there, things would not have ended so well. Yes. Okay. I wait until Anise leaves the room before I follow after her. Or is it Anise? I think it might be Anise. But Anise just sounds so much better though. Like, you can't tell me that Anise does not sound better than Anise. It is only after I exit my room that I realize I do not know where Karma's room is. Anise must have assumed that I already knew with us being partners and all. It's fine. I do not need Anice's assistance for this. I can find Karma's room on my own. It takes me some time, but I eventually find a room with his name on the door in careful flowery letters. It suits him. Simply open the door without thinking to knock. Hot. I mean, what? Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, that just it was just a natural response. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am an embarrassment to everything. I expected to find Karma laying in bed, but instead he is standing in front of a mirror, changing his clothes. Hello? Oh. I do not think I have ever seen a shirtless man before. He turns to me and the realization that he is standing there, just in his pants, hits me hard in the stomach. My face feels incredibly, uncomfortably warm. Why are you just standing there? Put on your clothes. And then I notice the large tattoo on his chest. It is a rose ensnared by many vines. I stare at it for a few moments before Karma puts a hand there to conceal it. You are not a lady, shut up. Karma slips his usual dress on carefully over his head, and then approaches me. I take a step back without realizing. Karma raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me mischievously. It is a familiar look, but it rattles me more now than it has now than it ever has before. No. Does this man always need to point out the obvious? I'm fine. Does everything always have to revolve around you? First of all, I am Babel? Yes, Babel. I'm barely able to stifle a sigh. I cross my arms and frown at him. His smile makes it harder to get my next words out. I came here to thank you. Thank you for saving me. I should leave. I turn to leave, but Karma grabs my hand and pulls me back. So Karma was expecting something in return after all. I should have known. What is he talking about? Your makeup? I thought you were resting because you were going on patrol tonight. I cannot believe I'm going to agree to this. Fine. Karma pulls me over to the mirror where I can see both of our faces reflected. He has a surprising variety of makeup on the dresser beside him. I do not even care that much for my appearance. Why am I helping Karma with his makeup? What? Why is he asking me for my opinion on something so trivial? If someone was smiling, the first feature I would look at on their face would be the eyes, really. Yeah, the eyes. You always look at a person's eyes first, so the eyes? The minute he says that, I look into his eyes. Karma flutters his eyelashes at me, and I look back down and grumble. Was that a trick? Think. I have never looked at Karma's eyes closely, but now that he keeps talking about them, I cannot help but look closer. His eyes are a pretty color. Of course. You and Rumple really are the same person. You both spout nonsensical compliments. Fine. If you need to leave quickly, shouldn't you do your makeup yourself? I always put effort into my hair as Mother always emphasized the importance of looking like a princess. But I have never received a compliment on my hairstyle before. Karma gives me his makeup supplies and I start layering the color on his face. When we are this close, I cannot help but carefully inspect every one of his features. Yeah, cat needed to leave. I do not think I even did something like this with Mother. I paused and raised an eyebrow at him. What? Coincidence? You managed to see me, even when there were many other people who didn't. Probably. It is not like you to be so humble. And why were you following us in the first place? You said you were too tired to go into town today. Worried? Why would you be worried? Karma looks puzzled for a few moments. He glances at himself in the mirror solemnly, then shrugs. Waltz mentioned something about feeling watched. Is there something that Waltz and Karma are watching out for that I am not? Karma closes his eyes momentarily, and I take the opportunity to dust his eyes with eyeshadow. He does not seem to mind. No, not yet. Yes. Karma falls into silence, and I continue to work, sweeping blush on his high cheekbones. No, he only said that he worked for the king before telling me he would take me back to the palace. I was wondering that myself. Witches, what do they want with me? So that man spoke with a witch? But why? Why would the witches want me back at the palace? Or was that man trying to lead me somewhere else? I suppose either way the man couldn't have wanted to bring me back to the palace for a good reason. Karma stops talking and looks up at me with something like sympathy. Are the witches really so dangerous? And what do they want with me in the first place? Goodness. I nod my head slowly. I have a lot of questions for Dolores and Parfait, but it is possible that even they might not know everything. I will need to think on my own as well, just in case they decide to keep more of their secrets. I look at Karma and shake my head. Next time, I will be more wary. I won't let myself be caught unaware. Before I realize it, Karma has his hand on my cheek and is staring at me solemnly. His eyes are as cold and unmoving as steel. That's what I said. Had I been alone today, I might have actually been kidnapped. I know that, but I cannot show weakness. I just need to be more cautious. I'm not some damsel in distress, you know. What's wrong? He moves his hand away from my face and stands up, sighing. His eyes look suddenly distant and his posture stiff. I haven't finished your makeup though. Wait, why am I even concerned about that? I take it back. We are definitely done. In an instant, the mood changes, and a bright smile once again graces Karma's face. He is thanking me for putting on his makeup. It was such a small thing. You're welcome. You already thanked me, though. That doesn't make any sense, but it's Karma. A lot of the things he says do not make sense. I leave the room with Karma, and he leaves the tavern as I go to find Parfait and Delora. The two of them are seated together in the reception, speaking in hushed voices when I arrive. They both pause to look up at me as I walk into the room. What happened was... Unprompted, I tell them everything that transpired in the alleyway. The two listen and only exchange a solemn glance when I am done. Do you know something about all of this that I don't? Why would the witches be after me in the first place? Protect me. I feel like there's more to this than that they are hiding. But I do not think any amount of convincing will get them to say anything. And once you figure it out, you will tell me? The two exchange another look, which only makes me more frustrated. They are obviously keeping secrets, and right in front of me. And yet somehow I ended up in danger today. Great supervision. The silence is what ends our conversation. I make my way back to my room, feet heavy. I feel like a fly caught in a spider's web. I try my best to clear my mind as I return to my room. The days go by slowly, and I make no progress with my curse. Karma is busy with the knights today, and Delora and Parfait are busy talking with Rumple about his curse in his room. Tonight is the perfect night to go and wander the town by myself. I need to see if I can find out anything about the witches and what is happening around the kingdom. Delora and Parfait are not going to tell me anything, and no one has wanted to take me out of the margin since the kidnapping attempt. These thoughts spiral helplessly in my mind as I sit at a table. I have just finished working for the day, and the activity in the marching is beginning to wind down. And once again, I am choking on my saliva. I don't know why this always happens. I don't know. I don't know why. Garland stands at the door as the last few customers leave the march-in. Jurian is walking around the room to make sure that there are no problems. Out of the corner of my eyes, I notice two men pause halfway across the room to glance back at her. I can overhear their words from where I am. Garland is suddenly standing behind the two men, an uncharacteristically dark glare on his face. Not calling him a lad. The two men walk out and Garland stands in the middle of the tavern area, glaring after them. He more or less pushed them out of the tavern. If Ennis had seen that, she probably would have scolded him. Neither of the knights seem to notice me here. If they do, they ignore me. Jurian is still looking insistently at Garland, who looks down at the floor. Is he going to say something to her? Garland says nothing, though. He looks at a loss for words. Finally, Jurian reaches out and pokes his shoulder, and he looks up startled. Oh, so they do notice me. Both knights turn to look at me, and Garland seems surprised. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he hurriedly looks away. Garland nods at her with a little smile before he leaves the tavern. Oh, okay. That's my cue to take a break. Oh, jeez. I'll be right back. Alright, welcome back from the ad. Let's get started again. I was just going to head up. I stand up and get ready to move up to my room, but stop once more to look at Jurian. Did you hear what those men were saying? So she did hear them, but chose to say nothing. Blunt and to the point, Jurian was really admired for that honesty in the palace. It does not explain any further. I decide that is for the better. The sooner everyone has cleared out, the sooner I can leave the margin. Tonight is the night I go looking for answers. Sorry, Karma. But I can handle myself. I'm going to prove it tonight. I may not be able to fight, but I can still be cautious enough not to land myself into trouble. Still, I do not happen to hear much of anything as I'm exploring the town tonight. Should have brought along some kind of weapon, but then I would have to steal a knife from the kitchen. I am not a thief. Hours pass before I pass a tavern filled with knights. I decide that I will at least listen to what is happening at the palace. I linger by the open door and listen to what the men are saying. Fritz still remembers me, but how? The knights look at each other, and I lean as close as I possibly can. The previous queen? Are they talking about Mother? How dare they call her a witch? Are they talking about me? Girl, you better hide it. I should get out of here. I turn to leave the tavern, and my cloak snags on the door and falls to the floor, tripping me up in the process. Girl, how stupid can you be? I'm sorry, but it's like, how do you what? How? How does that happen? I end up falling halfway into the tavern, where the chatter abruptly stops. It's like, how do you not steady yourself at least? Hello? The knights that were talking approach me. One of them picks up my cloak. I attempt to grab my cloak from their fingers, but they pull it away from me and I stumble into one of them. He moves to take my hand, and then stops when he sees my face. One of the knights grabs me by the wrist and pulls me toward him. He is far stronger than the man in the alleyway was. Unhand me right now. I am no witch. No, let me go. This behavior is not fitting of a knight. There are instances where it's probably just better to fight and try to like speak. I don't know if this is one of those instances. Because again, the guy is like stronger than her. Like, what the hell is she gonna do? And there's like two of them as well. Right. Or maybe if I like try to convince them and like saw them long enough, somebody from the march and would like realize I'm missing and come finding me. Exactly. Or at least stall long enough for somebody to come find you. Fighting back is useless when I am outnumbered. I have to try convincing them that I am not who they think I am. You are mistaken, sirs. I happen to overhear your conversation, and assuming I am some imaginary princess is unreasonable. The knights look at each other. Did you not hear what I just said? I happened to overhear it, nothing more. Being out at night without a cloak is a sure way to draw attention to a lady such as myself. I love him. He's like, got a point. But she's got a point. The knights lead me out onto the empty streets. Why? Why did I have to be so stubborn? The knights continue pulling me down the path until we come to a narrow street. Everyone who sees us walks away to avoid the knights. There's fear in their eyes. But I've done nothing wrong. I look up and notice Karma's familiar figure walking towards us. What is he doing here? Why is he in his disguise? Oh. We roll with it. His what? One leg keeps his grip on me, as the other draws his sword. I stare at Karma, who continues to count though the knight attacks him before his sword leaves his sheath. Karma and the knight trade blows, but it is Karma that comes out victorious. His blade slides past the knight's shoulder, distracting him enough to give Karma the opening he needed. Needs. Same shit. Karma reaches back with his free hand to knock the knight out with a blow to the head. It may just be my imagination, but for a few moments I think I see the knight's blade glimmer across the surface of Karma's hand before he falls. The knight holding me holds up his hands in surrender. Karma knocks him out and then stands beside me as he sheaths his sword. Yes, his sword. His sword. Karma, Karma spends some time forcing a potion from a vial down each of the knights' throats. I watch him quietly, fearing that he might have killed them, but the knights only seem to be asleep. When Karma stands again, I notice a glimmer of blood on his hand and stare. You're hurt. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm like trying to sit here and stream. I'm telling you, it was so much easier to stream when Egg Priestess was away. Now that she's back, dear God. He pulls me out onto the main street and does not let go of my hand. I cannot bring myself to speak. So I will hydrate, just give me like a minute. Karma has saved me twice now. Not only that, but this time he is injured. He says it's nothing, but his bloodied hand does not move at all. Why do I have to be so stubborn and insist I can handle myself? I do not speak for a long time. Eventually, I notice people start to stare. Though before long, the staring grows worse. Young women begin following us, giggling from behind. I turn to Karma, who looks like he hasn't slept in days. Karma? I mean, I know, but those girls are walking right behind us. Those girls are. I mean, this is his curse. Oh my god, not me repeating myself. Holy shit. Did I hit my head enough to draw blood? God. Oh no. Okay. I'm just. I'm okay. I'm okay. I did not hit my head hard enough to draw blood. Right, I should probably take all this shit off. Karma. We are being followed. He stares behind us, almost stupidly, then laughs hollowly when the girls see his face. They start to rush toward us. Ooh! Probably shouldn't have done that. You know, I didn't think this through. I truly did not. Oh well. I will deal with the consequences later. Everything's fine, Ekri? Yeah. I'm like trying to multitask right now. That's why. I'm like trying to get rid of, like cake decorating stuff. Because all of the buttercream has gone hard. And I can't eat it no more. It's gonna be a bitch to clean, but hey. So's a lot of things in life, you know. They start to rush toward us, their voices rising and blending together into horrendous cacophony. Rama is not moving though. He looks resigned. Maybe he is too tired to realize what he wants to do. I tighten my grip on Karma's hand and pull him away, my pace quickening to a run as the girls chase after us, screaming at me angrily for taking Karma away from them. Give me back my man! Getting us out of here. Ugh. I laid him- oh jeez. Why can't I- the fuck? I'm okay, I promise, I'm okay. I laid him through the town and into little nooks and crannies where we managed to lose some of the crowd. Carmen? Yes, Carmen, yes. Karma often led me through some of these spaces as shortcuts. Waltz knew them too. Hopefully, yes, that gets rid of it, nice. Once we are alone again, I stop falling to my knees and letting go of Karma's hand as I catch my breath. That really was a curse, having to run away from so many mindless women. It sure was. was difficult. Like me trying to pull this shit off. Come on, slip off. Come on. We're almost there. There we go. I love how there's just like a whole bunch of fucking buttercream. Actually, I could eat some of it. Sweet. I like it. What? Ugh. I did not mean to snap, but the tiredness is pressing on me too. Of course I did. Why would I want to be chased by girls? Sorry. You helped me too. I guess I paid you back. Though to be honest, I wasn't even thinking about repaying him for saving me. I just knew that I didn't want Karma to be stuck trying to fend off all those girls. He was right about his curse. That is terrible. I just realized something. Karma kneels down beside me and waits for me to speak. My curse has people forget me, and yours has even strangers become fascinated with you. It's almost like our curses are opposite of each other, and yet we seem so similar. My eyes widened when I realized what I had just said. He holds out his good hand to me, and I let him lead me back to the tavern through the abandoned alleyways. Alright, I didn't hydrate. Oops, I'm sorry. I was too busy reading and eating buttercream. Thank you for the hydrate. My feet are heavy and all I want to do is sleep. But suddenly Karma is standing before me, his face grave. Shouldn't I be thanking you? Oh, sorry. I am sorry. I have no words for how I feel right now. Oh my god. How can you not swoon over him? Karma reaches for my hand again, and this time he holds it up and kisses the back of it. Suddenly all of my tiredness falls away. But the blood. Are you sure? Aw, thanks. He called me pretty. Karma lets my hand go as soon as we enter the march in, and then bows politely to me before heading back to his room. I watch him go, my mind whirling. Does he usually kiss women's hands? No, I don't think so. Chapter 6. I know, I did say, what is it? I tried to keep it all together and stuff like that. But I might end up ending stream early. Because I have no issue, right? I mean, sure, it may be a little warm, but Ecresis was complaining, why are you closing the door? It's hot in here. And I'm like, but I'm okay, you know? I'm fine. But again, this is also a shared room, so I can't like just not, you know? So I might end earlier. that I want to, and I will try to record the rest off stream. I know I still haven't done that for the adoptive boyfriend. I keep thinking about it. I'm like, I need to do that, and then I never do. So that is still coming. The adoptive boyfriend add-on to the VOD. So no, I have not forgotten about it. I just say, oh, I have to do that, and then don't, as I usually do. His words keep repeating in my head. I cannot stop hearing his voice and feeling his lips on my hand. My face feels warm, not my voice. And every time I think about his words, my heartbeat feels unsteady. I really have to stop thinking about that. Karma is karma, and he puts on that overly polite act with everyone. Then I am pretty sure I have never seen him do something like that with another person. Not me struggling. Come on, come off already. Oh, fuck. I'll just go downstairs and stop thinking about all this. I need to tell Parfait and Delora what happened. Because of the time I returned to the margin yesterday, I never spoke to anyone about what happened. Okay, why is it not coming off? Do I have to cut it more? Like, please, I'm desperate. Come off. Ah, no! You're not supposed to come off that way, no. Ah! Well, I got it. And now my shirt is stained. That's wonderful. Unlucky. Maybe someone's downstairs. Someone usually is. I leave my room and make my way downstairs to the reception. It is quiet when I enter, but not as silent as I thought it would be. Karma is sitting at one of the tables speaking quietly with Parfait and Delora. His injured hand is sitting on the table, bandaged. I cannot help but stare at it, my heart plummeting. His injury is my fault. What about Waltz? They all turn to look at me as I stand at the table. Karma still looks tired, and is not in his dress. He looks somber, but still smiles at me. Is it all of them? When did he start saying my name without my title? I will admit, some of them were my fault, but... Listen. This involves me directly. How would I not be curious? Well, maybe you should do a better job of paying attention to me. I have the freedom to do whatever I want. I even wore a cloak too. Oh no, the cloak. I left it at the bar. You sure did, girl, you sure did. I feel a nudge at my arm. And Karma is holding out my cloak with a tired smile. Oh, thank you. Boy. You went back to get this. When? Okay, we're almost there, almost there. Let's cut this one off. Oh my god. If only you guys could see what fucking minefield I have right now. Right, that should be all of them. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go wash my hands. Alright, I can focus again. Yeah. Thank you. Why is that something so strange? Confidence that has gotten me nowhere so far. Grandma gestures toward me and I flush, unsure of what he's talking about. Then I notice Dolores' eyes are on me too. What are they looking at? I reach down to grab my necklace and then pause. I cannot stop the gasp that leaves my lips. We got a piece of the shoe. When did this happen? I feel proud. I only ever felt this way around Mother. Wait, helping Karma escape was a good deed? He's not even mentioning the injury he got protecting me. Parfait and Delora are both smiling, but the cheerful mood does not last long. What were you all talking about before I came down? What do you know about this? What does Waltz know that I don't? What everyone else knows? I feel anger begin to simmer inside of me. Even though he looks apologetic, he says it so casually. What are you all hiding from me? What does Waltz have to do with any of it? I have no choice but to agree when Parfait and Delora refuse to say any more, but I am not happy about it. I spend the rest of my time doing idle chores around the tavern. I do a round of sweeping with Mr. Broom and mindlessly organize some of the bottles. I cannot believe everyone knows something about me that I don't. But now, I'll find out the entire story. Maybe it will answer some of the questions I'll have. But why are they keeping things about me a secret to begin with? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Delora gathers everyone in the tavern to discuss the kidnappings. I decide to sit in between Waltz and Karma. The two glare at each other across the table, but Dolores silences them. Dolores starts with a story about the Great War, one that I have already heard so many times I can recite it myself. What does any of this have to do with me? Knowing that Delore and Parfait were involved in the Great War makes it seem more real. But wasn't the Tenebrum bearer killed? How can the fairy tale curse continue to spread if she is dead? What are you talking about? Erase? What? For some reason I turned to look at Karma, who is one of the only people who doesn't look away from me. You expect me to believe any of this? My mother she wasn't a witch. I would remember that. Dolores' eyes flicker to Waltz. Surprise, guys! Waltz is a witch too. Waltz is a witch? This is just another secret of many. It seems everyone is hiding something. So, it has always been Ophelia that he truly loved. Was that the reason I never felt any love from him? Because I was my mother's daughter. He gave up on me. He gave up on me. My voice is too loud in the reception area. I feel like crack beneath the pressure and suddenly, I want to cry. My mother told me so many times not to cry. The king gave up on me. But mother didn't. Mother would tell me this was all a lie. She would tell me not to trust anyone. They must be lying. I turned to Karma. For some reason, I trust him more than I trust Delora or Parfait. Is this the truth? My mother was a witch then. What does that make me? You do realize how ridiculous this all sounds? Me? A witch? The king never said anything. And now I can't even ask him if this is the truth because I'm cursed. Why would you even curse me? Then why didn't you just tell me any of this? Delore and Parfait look at each other before dropping their gazes to the ground. That is probably true. Even now, I'm having trouble believing that they are telling me the truth. The whole world feels as if it is collapsing around me. I need to escape. I need to go out and be somewhere else, but why are the witches looking for me? What are you talking about? Karma reaches out a hand to touch my shoulder, and I flinch back before standing up. I cannot speak about this now. I want to be alone. I leave everyone sitting at the table as I try to process the whirling thoughts in my mind. Hildur, my mother, the only person I ever thought loved me, was the Tenebrarum bearer, a witch. The first witch to kill a human. The witch that started the fairy tale curse. All this time I thought Mother was the only one who cared, but what if she never did? I stay in my room for a long time, trying to process everything I have been told. Days go by before I decide to leave the tavern again to watch Karma practice with the knights. These last few days I felt hollow. Maybe seeing the normal practices will help me feel better. Maybe it will make things feel like nothing's changed. When I arrive at the forest, however, only Karma is standing in the clearing. He is staring through the trees as if he sees something there, but his expression is solemn, almost sad. Eventually, he sighs, shaking his head before turning in my direction. I prepare myself for a response, but find that no words come to mind. I have not spoken to Karma since the talk about Mother and witches, and any of the ease I felt with him before has slipped. Still, I came here on my own, and I cannot just stand here being mute. I say the first thing that comes to mind. Where are Jurian and Garland? It is not as if you owe that to me. Why would you ever have wanted to pair up with someone like me anyway? I am bitter and cold, and even though I want to change, all I can think about is myself. But now, I want to change because I do not want to become the same as my mother. Isn't that selfish? Happy. Ourselves. And that is why I cannot complete my good deeds. He takes a step toward me, then puts his hands on my shoulders and leans down until I can look right into his eyes. Karma's serious expression startles me as much as his touch. What? How could I have taught Karma anything? He's standing too close. Nah, we're good. With the space so close, all I can do is stare right into his eyes. Karma's hands tighten on my shoulders, and for a few moments, I feel a slight panic rising in my chest. Then Karma steps away from me with a rough shake of his head. Karma? What? What does he mean by that? Alright, Brigantia is one of the neighboring kingdoms, so this isn't make-believe. Ah, Claude, Idric, Rinaldi, Mathis, Almonte. Also known as Karma. So yeah, that's his entire full name. Why he just calls himself Karma? Because Jesus Christ. Yep, Karma. Oh right, I was supposed to read that. Claude Idric Karma. Mm-hmm. To make even beauty a curse. Karma. He looks so sad. I don't know how to comfort him. Claude. Karma. Claude turns a startling red as he stares at me for a few moments he does not speak. And then he bursts out laughing. I stare at him in shock, not understanding his reaction. I feel myself flush. Isn't that your real name? My cheeks are warm again. How is it that he's always able to make me feel this way? I will call you by that name if it makes you so happy. More special? At that moment, Garland shows up for practice, and Claude politely excuses himself. I watch the two of them trade blows. Claude favors his other hand, but his blows still come quickly, even with his injury. The more Claude tells me, the more I realize that he's, like me, a noble cursed for being selfish. But how do I help break his curse? Why can't he tell me? As practice is drawing to a close, Claude asks Garland the usual question. Garland only shakes his head in reply. The two men sheath their swords. Garland looks almost sad as he turns to make his way back to the tavern. He likes her, and yet he won't say anything. Why is that? Frustrating me so much. Garland. Please tell her. Please, you're killing me here. Tell her. Claude told me before that confessing is hard, but what Garland is going through looks even harder. No, I think you're incapable. I mean, no. No, you think you're incapable. But if you never say anything to her, you'll never know. And if you say nothing, you risk losing what you could have with her. But before Claude was adamant that Garland shouldn't confess to Jurian. It changed. I frown at the two men, arms crossed. Excuse me? My eyes move to Claude, but only fleetingly, before they are once again on Garland. You just need to do something simple, Garland. Something that will not rub her the wrong way. Claude is wearing an amused smile on his face, but he is looking at me, not Garland. I feel my face flush and have to look away. I cross my arms over my rapidly beating heart again and force a scowl on my face. No, I was just thinking about what Garland could do. Something simple, like when Karma kissed my hand, Garland kissing Jurian's hand is probably not a good idea. Maybe he could do what Claude and I did that one day in town. He can buy her some food and they can just talk. Garland, have you ever just asked Jurian up for food? Like a terrible idea. Claude grins at me, but I just roll my eyes. Garland, just ask her normally, and then when you are out and alone together, you can confess. You just have to ask the question. Whatever follows will at least be an answer. You won't drown Garland. Garland excuses himself with a nervous smile before Claude turns to me expectantly with a mischievous grin. Spy on them? Oh, is it ad right now? Okay, I'll take a break. Oh my lord. I'm scrolling through Twitter. Man, I need to read this when I finish stream. Because I need to know what the hell is going on. Okay. Lori. I don't think we should. I mean, I do. I mutely shake my head, unable to put my emotions into words. For some reason, I am imagining myself in Jurian's position. It feels too personal. Claude's likeliness suddenly springs to mind, and I feel my face grow hot again. Claude reaches out a hand toward me, then abruptly pulls away. I stare as he smiles at me, almost sheepishly. The conversation between us dies and we return to the margin. Days pass, and though I did not spy on the conversation between Jurian and Garland, I notice that Garland has been smiling from ear to ear during his practice with Claude recently. I can only assume that his confession went well. Claude took the patrol shift tonight, and as I lie in bed, I am restless. Every time I watch Claude practice with Jurian and Garland, I'm reminded of the palace, of Fritz. I wonder how Fritz is doing. Is he still practicing with the other knights? My thoughts darken as I recall the kidnappings. Claude had to save me every single time. Jeez. He got injured saving me. Unable to sleep, I slip out of bed and make my way to the reception room. The night air is cool, and no one stops me from standing just outside of the margin. I cannot just sit back and do nothing anymore. I have to act. I do not want Claude to get hurt because of me again. Eventually, I see Claude approach. He looks tired and is moving more slowly than usual. But when he sees me, his lips quirk into a smile. Love instead of darling. That's new. Hello, Claude. His face is dark red again. How could he know that? How'd you know? I do need to ask something of you. I'm now love. Good God. What? Okay, I need to go closer to her. Holy smell. Oh, jeez, I was dying. Ugh. The downside of living with pets. I'm asking if you will be my instructor. For some reason, I seem to have caught Claude off guard. He stares at me for a few moments. I want to learn how to use the sword, and I want you to be my instructor. Claude's expression becomes uncharacteristically serious. I do not want you to have to keep protecting me. I do. Claude sighs and shakes his head. I want to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. I do not want you to get hurt again when I could do something about it. Teach me, please. Claude. Once again, he flushes. It seems to be an instant reaction, and it is both amusing and endearing. I wasn't expecting it to be. Claude stares at me for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Thank you. 10 minutes? What? Aren't you tired? You look exhausted when he came in, and now he wants to train? I'm not. Claude shakes his head, but he is smiling. Moonlight spills through the leaves, illuminating the forest with gentle light. Long minutes pass, and as I stand in the clearing, I begin to feel restless. It isn't like Claude to be late. Is he tending to his injury? I hear a rustling in the leaves, and turn immediately to see what the disturbance is. But the minute I do, I am pulled back by a strong force, and my world goes dark. Before I can scream, I hear a gentle voice in my ears. This voice is coming from right behind me. Claude? I become aware that this is the closest he's ever been to me, with my back pressed to his chest like this. How could I not panic? Any normal person would panic. Still, I try to force myself to be calm. I try to calm myself as Claude instructs, and I feel it is a bit easier, but only because I know it is Claude. An opening. I move as quickly as I can, stepping forward so that I can swing an elbow back at Claude's stomach. Before that happens, Claude has pulled me back to him, closing whatever distance I had put between us. In the process, he moves his hand from my eyes to my mouth. I can once again see the forest, but my words are muffled beneath his hand. He's so right. An opening. A thought occurs to me as I glance around me, then down at Karma's bandaged hand. Karma's bandaged hand is over my mouth. Is this an opportunity or a trick? We gotta bite it, bitch. I'm going to feel terrible about this, but I have to try. I try to shift my head enough to bite down, and even Claude cannot hold me completely still as I squirm. Eventually, the hand over my mouth moves just enough for me to open my mouth, but I falter. I cannot bite the hand that I injured. Unable to do anything else, I mutely shake my head, and I hear Claude groan. In one swift motion, he pushes me down to the ground, hitting my hands above my head. By my head. Whoops. Got a little too freaky there. Hitting my hands by my head as he frowns at me. I glare at him. I am not going to bite your hand. But you made it obvious. You put your hand over my mouth. How was I supposed to know that? I have a complaint about that particular lesson, but I withhold it. I wasn't expecting you to come at me like that. I was expecting sword practice. He's so right, though. I glare up at him, unable to say anything because he is right. It is hard to find an opening to hurt you when you are not really my enemy. He does not move, but continues to stare at me. His face is close to mine. Close enough to... Close enough to what exactly? That is not the point. I need to be able to protect myself. No, I want to be able to protect myself because I do not want you getting hurt protecting me. Claude leans down and I can feel his hair at my cheek. For a few moments, everything slows to a stop, and all I can hear is my heartbeat and his slow breathing. Claude pulls away from me before I can respond, and he's standing again, offering me a hand. The pleasant smile is back on his face. I can never tell what he's thinking at times like these. What are you really like, Claude? Chapter 7! We're slowly getting there. When I return to the march and later that night, my hands are scratched, and I think I might have bruises on my arms. Claude was not joking when he said he would not go easy on me. But he did compliment me more than once. Crying is for the weak. Though everyone should be sleeping, I notice that the lights are still on at the tavern. I see Jurian and Garland up and at a table, speaking with each other and laughing. If Claude had come back with me, I would be happy to see this. You two are still up. They are not even surprised when they turn to face me. Did you both have a good time tonight? I notice that Jurian is more energetic than usual, her smile a little wider than normal. Wonder if she's drunk. Another drink. Garland leans in toward me, his voice hushed. Right. Is Jurian drunk? Oh. Garland and I watch Jurian as she refills her glass at the bar. So you told her? Garland looks at me with a pleased smile. I'll take that as a yes. Maybe Jurian really did need to be told bluntly. What happened? And? He sounds like an old man. I mean, yeah. Uh-huh. I notice Garland flinch ever so slightly, but he is smiling. He looks pleased with himself. Heyo? He trails off with a hopeful smile, before he raises his eyebrows at me. What do you mean, me and Garma? Right, what about us? I've asked him to train me. Jurian returns to the table, but I am too tired to properly join in the conversation. I should leave them to their conversation and head to bed. I need to get some rest if I want to start practicing at night. I excuse myself to head upstairs. There's our other good deed, guys! I'm startled awake by an excruciatingly bright light. It is momentary, and when it is over, I am sitting in my bed, dazed and confused. My eyes burn. My hand flies to the pendant around my neck, where I see the second glass slipper with another piece. I'm almost there. There's another piece. When did I do another good deed? I grasp the necklace tightly in my hand as I make my way to the tavern. Everyone is doing their pre-morning chores when I get to the tavern area. I notice Crummer glaring off into space, and then, not far from him, the two knights. They haven't been up all night, have they? I make my way slowly over to them. Mon? I see. So what are you two talking about? Look at the two of them critically for a few moments, waiting for them to say something. They both exchange a glance before looking at me confused. Well? How did your date go last night? Garland makes a sound that turns beet red. Jurian's eyebrows quirk, and then she laughs. Jurian is usually busy taking her rounds around the margin with a scowl on her face. Looks happier being here with Garland, more relaxed. This dude is just like, oh my god. It is. The two of them are both blushing now, and the scene is oddly comical. Who knew that the two great knights of the Order of Caldera could be so easily undone? Both of you are amusing to watch. The two of them stare at me, suddenly solemn-faced. I suddenly remember that one conversation the knights all had at the castle. They were talking about how they all had personal reasons for being knights, despite the fact that they are... despite the fact that they all served the king. English. Hard. I had always thought Jurian and Garland were stoic and honorable, that their only reason for becoming knights was a sense of justice. Seeing them here, though, without that stoic facade, they feel more like people. My curiosity is piqued. Do you mind if I ask what your reasons were for becoming knights? Judging by the look on Jurian's face, it is clear to me that she really loves her father. And why did you join the Knights, Garland? Damn, just exposing this dude. Garland seems to blush even harder at that, and Jurian's laughter becomes infectious. I feel amusement begin to bubble up as I watch the two of them. But a cold voice cuts through the laughter, and the atmosphere like a hot blade through ice. I turn and see that Claude's eyes, normally so warm, are cold. His usual smile is gone, replaced with a deep scowl. He's still glaring at the two of them. Oh, I can tell him about the necklace. Look, karma. I got another piece to my necklace. Another good deed. Claude turns his gaze to me, but the frown doesn't disappear. He's not calling me love anymore. His voice is calm, but flat and lacks any enthusiasm. That felt lackluster. And oddly disappointing. I am not sure, actually. That happened yesterday, though. Claude makes a dismissive hand gesture from his table, frowning. Jurian's smile has faded away into a dangerous scowl. Where Garland looks confused, Jurian looks notably irritated. The shadow is still there on his face. Ooh, I don't remember which one it was. He does not look okay. Like, honey, your behavior is disgusting. Fix it. Like, why are you so pissy? Nah, man, scold him. Why the hell are you so pissy, bro? It's probably not the right answer, but... Right? It doesn't matter if something's bothering him. It isn't like him to be so rude. Irritation is no excuse for rudeness. Boy? He looks at me for a few moments, his expression twisted into a defiant scowl, but it doesn't hold long. Moments later, his expression softens and he looks away, almost in shame. This apology sounds real. But still, why do I feel so disappointed? Silence descends for a few moments before Claude abruptly stands up from his table. Claude turns briskly and heads upstairs, leaving me with the two knights. I do not think it's you two. I get the feeling that Claude holds himself back from saying what he means sometimes. Sometimes he acts strange, distant. And recently, he is getting more and more moody. I look over at Ennis, who is smiling apologetically. Time to sweep, I suppose. Well, maybe cleaning will help get my mind off things. Most of the day goes by slowly. I'm stuck cleaning most of the day, and then serving later. At one point I speak with Delore about the knights that had attempted to kidnap me, and she tells me that she and Parfait are meeting later to discuss their suspicions. I still do not understand what their suspicions are, when Sir Alcaster cannot possibly know who I am. My hands are sore by the end of the night, but I still feel like I can practice with a sword. I notice that both Jurian and Garland look restless too. Garland eventually leaves for patrol, while Jurian remains at a table, looking deep in thought. I do not want to bother her, so I decide to try and find Claude. I go to his room, but find that the door is locked. Well, Karma, are we training tonight? No answer. My heart sinks. Is he not speaking to me? Did I do something wrong? For days, Claude stayed in his room, only leaving when he had to be on patrol. A few times I saw Parfait go into his room, but she refuses to talk about what is bothering him. I feel so useless. When Claude did appear in the tavern or out in the town, he still had that terrible grimace on his face. I am really beginning to worry about him. Today I am in town running errands with Waltz for Parfait. It has been almost a week since Claude started acting so strangely, so I thought I needed to do something for him. I know he likes dresses and he told me once that he likes roses, but can I really find something that will cheer him up? Perhaps he would like some jewelry. Waltz, do you remember where that jewelry store Karma likes is? Hmm? Good deeds need to be selfless, right? Generally. I doubt this will count as selfless. I'm doing this to cheer Karma up. But it's also so that he goes back to teaching me how to fight instead of sulking in his room. Oof. Because I want to be able to protect myself, and it's not like I can use magic. At least sword fighting gives me an advantage. That would be nice. Well, that does not solve my current problem. Right? My current problem. Let's focus on the present right now. What would cheer Claude up? Claude starts chuckling beside me, and I turn to look at him confused. He's my partner, and he's helped me. He's also been patient with me, and smiled even when I've said some really inconsiderate things to him. My friend. Claude does not feel like a friend. He feels like something else. Waltz points to a peddler sporting different kinds of jewelry, and I instantly make my way toward it. There are all kinds of glittering things displayed, and for a few moments I feel myself drawn to everything. And then I notice the price tags. It's always the price tags. It's like, oh my god, this is so pretty! You see the price tag, you know what? Suddenly, it's ugly as shit. I barely have any money left from when the king gave me that pouch. I cannot afford any of this. But if I don't get Claude's gift today, I may not be able to give it to him tonight. Honestly don't remember. No, because I mean, maybe he's right. We might find something. Well, we are up to like chapter 7. We can afford a save right now. We can afford a save. Oh. No! No! I didn't mean that. No. No, that's the wrong one. No, I didn't mean that one. I meant the errands. I meant the errands. That was a mistake, oh my god. So that's a good point. We might find something while we do the errands, and then we can get them out of the way. Besides, it is not right for me to put Claude above everyone else. We spend a few hours gathering the supplies needed for the tavern, and only then do we start looking again for Claude's gift. It's fine. I am used to carrying lots of bags. He does a lot of other things for me, but next time. Next time I think I will. So long as he gets out of his room sometime soon. I really hope he does. But now the problem is finding something that he'll like. What does Claude like? There's no reason for you to shout. Walt shakes his head at me, but he's smiling. A deal? You earn money from your puppet shows? Yes, I'll help you. Why do you seem so surprised? Being partners with Claude may have changed me for the better, but I doubt I have done the same for him. He receives gifts from admirers? For a few moments, I think about the women who chased us in town a few weeks ago, and I feel an unpleasant stab in my heart. Feeling the man. It's dramatic, but sounds like karma. Punched Rumple when he asked him to marry him, joke or not. Karma wears his disguise to be convincing, then gets angry when people fall for it. He's still very much a child. I mean, yeah. Waltz, do you know anything else about Karma's curse? Claude may be even more stubborn than me if he is not letting anyone help him with his curse. Waltz and I continue our search for a gift. Waltz tells me that I can look for something a bit more expensive, and that he'll just put me to work on another day by helping him with his puppets. I return to the jewelry peddler we found earlier. Do you have any sort of rose-shaped jewelry here? The man refers me to a box full of many different rose-shaped earrings. He then shows me necklaces, and I realize belatedly that it is as if I am searching for something from this Karma, not Claude. My eyes scan the glass, nearly in defeat, before a little rose catches my attention in the back of the display window. It has a chain connected to it, but doesn't seem long enough to be a necklace. What's that one? The man takes it out of the display case so I can look at it. Aww. This is fancy, but not completely flashy. I feel a little click as I press my fingers into the pendant, and I realize that it can also open. Oh, now he's a shop owner and not a peddler. This is perfect. I look at the price tag, and after making sure that it is not too expensive, I pay the shopkeeper. Waltz pays him the additional fee, and then we walk back toward the margin together. When we return to the margin, I go to my room to tuck the locket into a drawer before I head to the tavern to finish the rest of my chores. Just as I expected, Claude is not downstairs today either. Durian and Garland have taken to training with each other, though they seem agitated that Claude is not helping them. At the end of the day, I hurry to my room, where I write a few words on a piece of paper that I put into the locket. My normal rose would have withered, so I offer this one instead, in heartfelt thanks. I hold the locket tightly in my hand and start toward Claude's room. Why is my heart beating so fast? I'm just giving him a gift. I pause at Claude's door, remembering the last time I entered his room. I'm sure it's okay if I just go in. I open up the door to Claude's room, which is thankfully not locked, and step inside. Claude is sitting motionless in front of his mirror, shoulders slumped as he stares at his reflection. When will my reflection show who I am inside? I have to. Oh, goodness. He's shirtless, and there's that tattoo. It seems different. It's not red, is it? Claude does not notice me at first. I notice that his hand goes to the tattoo over his chest, and then I hear him heave a heavy sigh. Slowly, I close the door behind me. Lock it? Hello? It clicks, and that is when he suddenly turns to look at me. At first, there is just shock on his face, then suddenly anger. Again. I really don't remember which one it was. Came to speak with you, came to give you something. Maybe I came to speak with you. I'd be like, but I told you to leave me the fuck alone, bro. But if I say I came to give you something, you'd be like, you could just left outside my door. Okay, I literally, like, right there just realized how fast I spoke. I was like, whoa, did I really just sit there and say that? My god. I sounded like a sped up video. Let me see. I'll just say I came to give you something, because I mean, I went through all the trouble to buy it for you because I liked you. I might as well tell you about it. Ooh, where did my voice go? I tightly grip the locket in my hands as I stare at him. His voice slices through my heart. I wanted it to be a surprise. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. You did it. Why are you yelling at me? Don't yell at me. In no time at all, Claude is suddenly right in front of me. His hands outstretched on either side of me, pinning me to the wall against the door. You know what's crazy? Leos kind of looks like him. Maybe that's why I like the book. Oh my god. You know what? I'll pretend I didn't say that. His face is so close, his expression so fierce, that I cannot even bring myself to think of a way out. The only thing I can do is stare at him levelly. Without getting angry, without crying. I will not show any weakness. Then you do not know me as much as you think you do. I already have a retort prepared when I stop, realizing that he is right. I barely know anything about him. No, I don't. But I'd like to. We're partners. That is the only reason. It has to be. I'm supposed to help you, so why do you keep secrets from me? His lips quirk, but his smile is sardonic. Claude, I want to help you. In the silence that descends between us, I find that I cannot help but look at Claude's tattoo, at the thorns twirling around the rose. It is beautiful, but it also seems so lethal. When I glance at Claude again, he looks crestfallen, his eyes glittering like he might be on the verge of tears. Harder for what? Well, of course I can't. I'm not you, but I can't even like begin to understand because you won't tell me anything. Sir, you can't get mad at me when you won't tell me anything. What is he talking about? Claude's eyes are far away. I push my hands against Claude's chest, catching him off guard and forcing him to stumble back. I cannot take any of this. If I've ruined everything, then I'll just leave. You can have all the time in the world to yourself then. The locket I'd bought for him burns in my hand, and I end up throwing it at his feet. I ignore him as I run from the room. When I return to my room and lock the door, I feel too hollow inside for tears. It hurts to breathe when I think of Claude. Sorry, was discussing dinner. I eventually managed to fall asleep, but I only have snatches of restless dreams when my eyes finally close. Mother, are you and Father in true love, like the fairy tales? No, Mother. I overheard someone in the palace talking about them today. But, Mother, the true love in fairy tales sounds so nice. Do you think I can fall in true love with a prince? But... Yes, Mother. Alright, we're getting there. I'm gonna have another 5-hour stream. Durian gives me the warning, but it's too late on purpose. I can see the smile on her face as she effortlessly slides past my defenses and taps me on the shoulder with her wooden sword. Again. For the last few days, I have been practicing with Durian and Garland because Claude still hasn't come out of his room. The knights offered to train me. What the hell? Is that a cat in here? It was a cat. Oh goodness. Forget a 5-hour stream, a 6-hour stream. The knights offered to train me, and right now they are teaching me about the ways to hold a sword. This is slow, but Claude did tell me I wouldn't be able to master the sword so quickly. Claude. He made me so angry that one day I could not even properly give him my gift. Yet, I still feel sad that he is not here teaching me himself. I jolt out of my reverie and nod at Jurian. Okay. I ready myself for her next strike and once again get tapped, this time on the hip. Garland takes over after Jurian, and then we do rounds where I try to hit them with certain strikes. They are both good at teaching, but it does not feel the same as Claude's instruction. His lessons seem less like they were out of a book. Garland whips his head around in Jurian's direction, his face turning a deep red. She beams at him and then laughs at his embarrassed face. Our practice goes on for a few minutes before the knights tell me to wrap up for the night. I think I'm going to stay out here for a little bit. Oof. If I don't return in 10 minutes, you can come back and check on me. Jurian seems unconvinced, but she eventually nods. I watch the two knights as they head back. I see Garland put his arm around Jurian's waist, pulling her closer. I turn away from the sight, ignoring the heavy feeling in my stomach. I'll just practice the swings for 5 more minutes. The only thing I hear in the clearing while I practice is my shallow breathing and the wind in my ears. Something breaks my concentration, however. I see a glimmer of color in the forest, and I instantly stop, my hands growing tense on the wooden sword. What's that? I glance around at my surroundings, and then I freeze when I feel a hand on my shoulder. Ooh, I can feel someone's breath on my neck. Nope. Oh wait, I was supposed to read that. This all feels familiar. Is this Claude? Alright. I'm pretty sure I recognize Claude's hand. Because I know it's him, I also know what he'd want me to do. I duck away from his hand and turn quickly to point my sword. The tip of the wood is at his neck, and for a few stunned moments, I think I've won. Even Claude looks surprised. It's really him. Then Claude's hands have moved, and he has one hand over my wrist and the other on my sword. Claude. Claude removes his hands, allowing me to lower my sword. I feel my breath catch in my throat when Claude holds out the rose pendant that I got for him. I feel my cheeks flush. It's so cute, oh my god. I would definitely love to have a pendant like that. Return it? Does he really think I left it there on accident? Why would I leave it in your room on accident? I bought it for you, and I wanted to give it to you, but you were acting so strangely, and... Claude's eyes widen, surprise clear on his face. I did. You like it? Why does he look so shocked? Claude looks at me in awe for a few moments. His eyes go back down to the locket. He traces a finger around the intricate shape, his eyebrows slowly furrowing. It's to thank you for everything you've done for me. He lets the chain fall through his fingers as he stares at the rose pendant with adoration. I I feel my heartbeat stutter as he turns to regard me with the same gentle smile. He leans forward and my breathing stops as he reaches out to hold up my glass slipper necklace. He's standing so close to me. Yes, I completed that like over a week ago, sir. We moved on. I'd like a hug. I look at him. I look up at him. I look up at him and notice that Claude's smile doesn't reach his eyes. He still looks so sad. I feel like there is so much that I want from Claude, but I do not want to ask for something that might make him sad. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. Claude looks at me, his expression puzzled. He chuckles softly. No, like actually smile. No, I want a real smile. One that isn't so sad. We have been partners for long enough. He smiles a little awkwardly, and the quirk of his lips looks more embarrassed than bright. Oh, that's gonna be starting soon, shit. I raise an eyebrow in confusion. Ooh! Karma suddenly stops, eyes wide. Puts a hand on his chest and takes a step away from me, his fingers clutching at the fabric of his shirt. Don't die on me! Not yet. Claude has a pained expression on his face, only making me more anxious. Claude, are you okay? What's wrong? He lowers his hand with the pained smile, slowly fading from his face. This does little to reassure me. Was it my fault you were locked in your room for so long? He just looks so pained to be anywhere near me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bitter? Why would he feel bitter? I think it's everything for me to worry about, sir. Is there anything else I can do for you? He clutches the rose locket to his chest and sighs out a little and sighs out a little with a gentle smile. I don't know why I could not say that. The smile feels real to me. Oh, and there's the ad. Alright, break time. Oh, the ad is over already? Oh, wait, I was just chilling. I look up, I'm like, oh, the ad's gone. Well, back to reading. I guess I'll look at this Twitter post later. I nod at him and we silently walk back to the march-in. When we make it back to the tavern, I feel tired, also lighter than I have for weeks. Claude wishes me a good night before slowly walking off to his room, holding the rose locket I gave him tightly. Today I am walking around town to do some errands with Claude. It has been quite a while since we have done this. Though we are here to run errands, there's also something else that drew me into town today. Yesterday, Waltz came back to the march-in and told us of an announcement the king was making today. Apparently that announcement had been posted for at least a week's time, but Waltz had only caught onto it after hearing about it from the crowds after one of his puppet shows. I'm not sure what this announcement entails, but I feel that I need to see the king make it with my own eyes. I can see more people milling about than usual, which means most of them must be waiting for the king to speak. I have a bad feeling about this, but it's not strange for the king to make announcements, but this feels so sudden. And with everything else that's happened to me, I feel on edge. Stop complaining, Miss Karma. You get valuable experience out of carrying bags. Seeing Claude complain is amusing, especially since I know he can handle the load. Oh, imagine how I feel. What does that make me when you made me carry all those bags before? Same shit, bro. Same shit. What do you mean? I roll my eyes at him. We're both working at the march-in, you know. And then the thought strikes me. What do you even do at the march-in? Claude looks surprised at my question, but then he quickly smiles at me. I start laughing and Claude's face flushes. I wonder. We finish up the rest of our errands and then sit down in the town plaza to rest. Claude leaves briefly and then returns with a slice of cake for both of us to share as a snack. Ooh, that sounds so good. I have lots of things I want to ask him, and now feels like the right time to do so. May I ask you a question? Do you enjoy dressing like a woman? I guess if you had to wear a dress for so long, you'd get used to it. I mean, yeah, with like most things in life, you do it long enough, you get comfortable with it. So yeah. I have another question. When I was in your room the other day, you spoke about a woman. Were you talking about the witch who cursed you? He suddenly goes silent and lowers his head. His expression fades into something more melancholy, and I feel my heart lurch. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up. To my surprise, Claude continues talking. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hearing him talk about her makes me uncomfortable. Am I jealous? Yes, honey. Claude watches me quietly, as if he is measuring my expression. Eventually he goes back to speaking. He goes silent for a few moments, his eyes distant, his expression pained. Claude trails off and lets out an exasperated sigh. You were truly in love with her. So then the last person he loved was that one woman. Claude looks at me, and for a few moments he does not speak. Sure. No, I don't mind. Yes. My mother, of course. Romantic kind of love. What does that kind of love feel like? He smiles at me, and it is surprisingly genuine. Claude continues talking, but my mind is already whirling. Though he phrases things in such a way that still feels unnecessarily dramatic, I feel a tinge of familiarity. Things he's describing. Those are the things I feel when I am with him. Before I can say anything, we hear the sound of hooves, and both of us turn. I can see a procession of knights along with the king on his horse. He normally rides into town like this, but today he's not smiling, and there are way too many knights riding with him. Is that Sir Alcaster? Let us go find a place to stand and watch. Claude walks with me into the crowd gathering around the king, and we find a spot to spectate at the very edge closer to the alleyways. The crowd breaks into applause. I stare at the king, an uneasy feeling in my stomach when I notice that there is sadness in his eyes, though he is smiling. Then I notice Sir Alcaster appears to be hiding a smile. I do not like where this is going. The king's speech goes on for long minutes after that, with him detailing the commitments he made, the goals he set, and finally his love for the people. The audience around us claps and cheers, but Claude and I are silent. Alright, I think the food's here, so I'm gonna go and get some. I'll be right back. Never mind, I was wrong. Man, I wish the food was here. I'm like hungry as a bitch. I nod in response. The audience claps again, but I am silent, watching the king intently. Ain't no way. The king's proclamation is met with shocked and angry chattering from the audience. I cannot hear anything that is being said over the cacophony of voices, but I know that the audience is dissenting. I stiffen as I stare at the king. He is lying. I can tell by the firm set of his jaw and the way his eyes flicker across the crowd. That's that word. Faster than they ought to. The king has lied to me so many times before that I can recognize when he does it. He trails off for a few moments, and I think I see something in his eyes that hints at urgency, but I am not sure why. I feel a pang of irritation and confusion. Another lie. Amela could rule just fine with the help of Sir Mithros and the others. But I cannot hide my shock. The rest of the audience reacts similarly. Their sudden outburst a testament to their confusion. The murmuring continues, except now the townsfolk sound panic. This cannot be true. I do not miss the reluctance in the king's next words. Claude has a fell expression on his face, and his words feel heavy, even in a low whisper. I know the king. He takes every duty upon himself, and he would never hand his crown to someone else. Once Sir Alcaster comes to stand on the podium, he silences them with a glare. Sir Alcaster continues to speak. He mentions things like curfews for safety, extended work hours, and additional taxes to go toward the knights, but I'm slowly beginning to block out the drone of his voice. What is going on? Sir, no. Alcaster must have done something to force the king into this charade. The king stands behind Alcaster with his hands clasped, his eyes alert, but there is a helplessness to them that I have never seen before. I have food! Nice, I get to pig the hell out. Hold on one second. Sorry, I didn't know what the sound of like me opening the container to get caught on the mic. Alright, I read that. It isn't long before the crowd's unsettled murmuring becomes agitated whispering. I'm stunned when Claude cups his hand to his mouth and starts shouting, "Rod!" There's only one king and it's not you. Claude grips my hand and starts leading me around the outskirts so that people cannot spot him as he continues his shout. The crowd begins to chant along with Claude, and then they draw nearer to the stage where my father and Alcaster are standing. I remember this. The crowd is right next to the platform now, and the chant carries on. Claude pulls me behind him, but my mind is on my father and on his desperate eyes. Hours later, the Marchin's tavern is chaotic. People are talking over each other, trying to relay the scene that— oop, I gotta sneeze. Oh god. Trying to relay the scene that they saw in town today. Every visitor here is talking about what they witnessed. I've been in a corner of the room this entire time, trying to understand everyone but failing. The lore and Parfait are not here to calm all of this chaos. Of course they're not. God forbid that they're actually here to do their jobs. Ooh! I almost jump when I hear Rumpel's voice. I can feel when a damsel's in distress. You know, it'd be funny if he actually did have that kind of superpower. I am really not in the mood for your flirting, Rumpel. You're right, I'm gonna munch a little bit, so I'm not gonna read. Okay? Sorry, just for a little bit. Alright, I can start speaking again. I am now satiated. Amela looks like she wants to say something, but she remains silent. What happened to Fritz? Oh, fuck. Jurian, what do you know about this? So Alcaster has been planning to do this all this time? When we part for the night, Parfait and Delora take Rod and Amela to a room they can share. It has been decided that they will be harbored here at the Margin, a place that Amela apparently knew about but never came to, because she wasn't cursed. Well, Rod did say that his family knew he was cursed. I noticed Amela looking at me many times throughout the night, but she never asked me anything. The next few days are a little mess. Everyone is busy trying to find out what happened and what could be done to help the king. I am sleeping in the tavern half-heartedly one day, my thoughts on everything but my chores. Everyone's been trying to do something to help out the last few days. Though I've gone on quite a few trips into town with Claude to search for information, I haven't been able to find much. I feel so useless. I'm finally on my break, so I decide to go into the reception room to rest. When I step inside, I notice Amela sitting on the couch. She waves me over as soon as she sees me. She hasn't really openly spoken to me since she has been here. Parfait and Delora have been trying to hide her so as not to cause a ruckus in the Margin. Rumors are dangerous now. What's it to you? Yes. Yeah. I am shocked by Amela's sudden outburst. What? We are not blood related. Amela was always trying to take me out and do things with me back when I was still at the palace. I distanced myself from her because I thought the king loved her more than he loved me. I still think that maybe he does. We weren't close. I barely spoke to you or to Rod. Didn't he tell you that? No! Amela is stubborn as always. I have more things to worry about than being her friend. I have to go. I'll walk off before the conversation can continue. If I hadn't been cursed and remained in the palace, would Sir Alcaster have taken me hostage too? Hours tick by, and as the tavern is emptied for the day, Delora calls everyone to gather. Together. Hey, together also works. To explain what she and Parfait have pieced together about the situation. Mm-hmm. Secret passageway. Only the king and the commander of the knights have the key to that passage. So how did they get a copy? Jurian and Garland both volunteer immediately, followed shortly by Claude and Waltz. I'll go too. The room goes quiet as I step forward and volunteer. Listen, he's my dad, and he may not love me, but he's my dad, and I don't want him to die. I look at Claude, who's staring at me shocked. I took up the sword so I could protect those I care about. But I can help. I still have time to learn. Then you may as well chain me up, because I refuse to stay here while you all go save the king. Claude agrees with Jurian, but I can tell that he does not like the idea of me going along with them. Rumple, oh no. There is some shuffling in the room as everyone turns to gawk at Claude. Rumple, Ennis, Rod, and Amella all look shocked by this revelation. Ennis suddenly looks distressed as she fiddles with her thumbs. And they probably won't get here in time, though. He cannot go back while he's still cursed. The conversation continues in a more solemn tone. Eventually, we start speaking of our plan to enter the palace. When the details are all finalized, I repeat everything to myself to make certain that I know what is meant to happen. Waltz will lead us to the palace, then, and Jurian and Garland will follow right behind him, watching for the most immediate enemies. And Karma will be watching from the back, along with Delora. Delora smiles wryly. Claude rolls her shoulders. It is a small task force, which is better. Smaller the better. The last thing we want is to be noticed. We decide to meet again over the course of the next week to finalize our plan and carefully survey the situation in town before parting. Claude has taken to training me, Jurian, and Garland at the same time. Just the other day, he had all of us attack him together. Even though I am nowhere near as good as the trained knights, I still managed to hit him once. I feel like things are coming to some sort of conclusion, and yet I still haven't done the 3 good deeds. Together, today. Today we finalized our plans for getting into the palace. We have mapped out where the king and Ophelia must be in the prisons, where the guards might be positioned, and how we plan on sneaking in. I sit down on my bed and I'm about to lay down when I hear something. Oh, okay, we're just bursting into each other's rooms now. Hell no. I noticed that he has one hand on his chest tonight, but then he has been doing that more often lately. I notice it during practices and sometimes when I catch his eyes. Is he sick? I shake myself at the sound of Claude's voice. What if I was changing? You could have knocked. True! I was about to say, you have no right to say that to him. That's different. How's it different? How's it different? He strolls inside and steps closer to me. He smiles at me mischievously. Thank you. Wait, how's it different? Claude shakes his head, his smile softening. Claude kneels in front of me and furrows his eyebrows. Nothing you say is going to change my mind. I want to do what I can to help everyone. Terrifies you? I'm not some damsel that needs to be protected. I won't be able to face my father unless I'm one of the people to save him. You know it. I sigh, irritation welling up in my stomach at the look on Claude's face. He's calling me stubborn, but he's being stubborn about this. You said I've improved with my sword fighting. It's because I have a good teacher. My eyes fixate on his soft smile and at the gentle crinkles at his eyes. Our eyes lock, and for a few moments, I am aware of a slight energy between us. I glance away hurriedly, not entirely sure of what would happen if I kept staring at him. Well, there's this thing called a kiss. My heart beats unsteadily in my chest. Mela, why would he come for her? I'm not hiding anything, if that's what you're implying. Mother always told me crying was weak. Claude stands up and leans forward. Before I know it, I'm in his arms. I feel flustered again, and my mind feels foggy. I can barely comprehend what's in my mind or in my heart. Oh, what did he say? Oh. Thanks. But you've done so much for me. It's not just the sword fighting, it's your patience, your company. You're saving me when I needed help. I never thought you were selfish, Claude. He puts a hand to my cheek and looks at me solemnly. Suddenly, he steps back, his hand on his chest again, his breathing heavy. I stare at Claude with wide eyes. Claude, are you okay? He sighs out slowly, but he sounds obviously pained. I'll go get Ennis. Ennis. But he manages a small, tight-lipped smile before he straightens and shakes his head. His hands are visibly shaking. But Claude... Why is he always so stubborn? He is obviously in pain. I clench my hands into fists as I frown at him. Why must you always be so secretive? You're keeping something from me, Claude. Claude abruptly leaves the room, leaving me with my fragmented thoughts. Oh my god, we're finally here! Chapter 9! Where everything will be decided. Do I get the good ending, the bad ending? I mean, I do feel like maybe I did pretty well. You know, it'd be funny if I say that and then I end up with the bad ending. I bring my sword up closer to my side as Garland strikes me. Tonight is the first night I get to use a real sword as opposed to a practice sword. Whoa, I did not mean to skip that fast. The sounds of metal clashing echoes into the night. Is this what a real battle feels like? I've been practicing under skirmish conditions for the last few days. Since tomorrow is the day we enact our plan, we are doing some last-minute practice. Claude dodges Jurian's sword as he speaks, but I notice that he seems to be taking special care not to look in my direction. He's been fine for the last few days, but I am not sure when his pain will return. If only he would tell me what was wrong with him. When Claude finally calls the end of practice, we are all exhausted. Garland turns to face me, a soft expression on his face. Garland looks over his shoulder at Claude. The two knights excuse themselves, leaving me with Claude. Whoops, I almost took him away. I have a feeling I won't sleep much tonight anyway. Claude takes a step back, and I stare at his hand as his hand absently moves to his chest. Are you really okay, Claude? He's lying. He is obviously in pain. Why do you have to keep your pain a secret? Why won't you talk to me? Claude sighs out, then leans forward to set a hand on my head. But that is cowardly. True, though. True. I was literally just about to say that. Live to fight another day. I cannot promise you that, honey. No. I'll be fighting right beside you if it comes down to it. I'm going to protect him. Staying behind him will only have him suffering because of me. I only want to be on equal footing with you. Claude sighs but does not say anything. When this is all over, I'll pry Claude's secrets out of him. Okay, see, now I'm not feeling so sure of myself anymore. Maybe I am going down the bad ending. Oh, god damn it. Tonight is the night, and everyone is just about ready to go. I can't get this feeling of foreboding off my chest. Everyone is gathered close to the door, ready to see us off. Everyone except... Rumpel suddenly appears, Annis coming up to stand right next to him. What are you two doing here? Amela, who has been everywhere with her brother since they came here, is standing right beside him now with a smile. Her smile wavers, and I can tell she is uncertain. Two witches and a prince. Rod's responses are curt as usual, and I cannot help but notice the hesitance in his voice. Even though he stares at me without expression, I think I can see a tinge of worry in his eyes. Parfait steps forward last. She and Delora glance at each other, and I feel as if some secret message bounces between the two of them. Delora nods ever so slightly, where Parfait returns to the rest of us. Her eyes eventually fall on me. Stubbornness or resolve? It is as if Parfait is able to read my thoughts. She smiles as she sets a hand on my shoulder. I nod my head as everyone gathered around begins to repeat their hearty goodbyes. It is Delora who walks away first. We all follow behind. The night has just begun. Ooh-wee. On our way to the palace gates is uneventful, but we pause some distance away from them to take shelter in a nearby alley. There are knights everywhere. Walls points to what looks like a regular section of the wall. Gotcha. Claude puts a hand on my shoulder and squeezes. It is an abrupt gesture that doesn't last long. And doesn't last long. But the motion calms my nerves somewhat. We will be fine. Our footsteps echo in the tunnel. Standing in front of me are Jurian and Garland, who are flanking Waltz. Delora stands beside me, and Claude is at my back. The small tunnel makes it seem like we brought a lot of people. We silently follow Waltz's instructions. How is it that Waltz knows about these tunnels? I know. I will only fight if I need to. Oh my goodness. my god, the cat's bells are so loud, I keep thinking I hear one in the room. Oh, never mind, I was right, there's one in the room. 1 second. The little buggers. Marianne crosses her arms and cocks an eyebrow at Claude. Honey, a curse is very powerful. Literally, that's what they all say. Suddenly, everyone goes quiet. I feel a lot heavier as I stare at the staircase in front of me. I did not know we had a secret passage in the throne room. How much does Waltz know about the palace? Immediately after we step into the throne room, we split apart to avoid the guards' gazes. I sit close to Claude and Waltz as Delora conjures a blanket of shimmering fog that envelops the guards. I watch as the guards' eyes close before they slump to the ground. Delora drops her hands once all the guards are truly asleep. Getting through the palace is no easy feat. Hallways that were easy to get through before are difficult to traverse now with all the soldiers standing around. Delora casts a spell to silence our footsteps into quiet muffles, but moving is still difficult, especially with such a group. Eventually, we arrive just outside the tunnels that should lead to the castle's prison. Be careful, Waltz. We enter another network of tunnels. Durian glances at me briefly, and then at Claude, who nods a little stiffly. In accordance with the plan, Claude and I are left at the halfway point of the tunnels to ensure a clean escape as Delora, Durian, and Garland continue on to the prison. They should be fine, but I am still worried. My eyes wander to Claude, and I bite down on my lower lip when I notice that his hand is once again raised to his chest. I find myself reaching out to grab Claude's hand, but he swiftly pulls it away. The glare on his face takes me by surprise. Why is he so angry? Claude puts a hand to his chest and flinches as he leans on the wall. His voice sounds pained. What is he talking about? Claude? But... okay. I cannot help but feel irritated at the way Claude has snapped at me. He trails off, his eyes distant. Because of your curse, right? Most of the time he is sociable and a pleasure to talk to, but then he reverts to this state. It is like he's two different people. I cannot understand why he is like this. Why do I care so much for someone who keeps secrets? I literally forgot which one it was. Not that it really matters, because I probably got a lot wrong on the way here, so... What is there to be afraid of? Claude wears a pained expression as he looks at me. I see him once again grabbing at the collar of his dress, looking like he's in some kind of quiet agony. Is he talking about that one woman from before? The one who didn't love him? He thinks I'm the same? I am not like her. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should do the other one. Oh well. Lots of voice trails off at the sound of running. His hand moves quickly to the hilt of his sword just as I reach for mine. We only relax when we see that it's Jurian, Garland, and Delora heading toward us. Why are they alone? Of course not. Delora steps out from between the two of them, her expression somber. The words have just left her mouth when the alarm sounds behind us. Everyone draws their weapons as Waltz appears, running toward us with a harried expression on his face. How did they know we were here? In seconds I hear the clanking of metal, and then there are knights upon us. We are forced to scatter to deal with different opponents. A guard rushes at me with his sword, and I somehow manage to block his attack. I should be able to wind around him. The knight falls after I catch him from behind and give Claude an opening to attack him. The knight manages to separate Claude and I, leaving me by myself. He grabs my arm. Unhand me, you foul demon! I watch in shock as shimmering fog surrounds my attacker, his eyes closing as he slumps to the ground. He is only the first to fall. Seconds later, most of the knights in my immediate vicinity have fallen to the ground. I can tell by the subtle rise and fall of their chests that they are asleep. That break is coming soon. Oh no, ad is right now. Alright, I'll just take a little break then. It's over. Let's go. Delora drops her hands and turns to address Waltz, Claude, and I. Claude grabs my hand and jerks his head at Waltz. The three of us rush out and into one of the palace hallways. I keep my gaze forward while Waltz and Claude watch for enemies on either side of us. Claude grabs his sword and moves before Waltz and I can respond. He dives low toward a soldier, his sword poised straight for a devastating blow. The knights begin to approach us from the left, and I raise my sword, readying myself. Waltz snaps his fingers, flash of light blinding the men in the immediate vicinity, and I use the opportunity to rush the knights in front of me. I grit my teeth as I attack. Most of my blows are lucky. There are too many knights for me to be able to get the upper hand. There's so many of them. Oh my god, is it Varg? I whip around to attack the man that spoke to me, but he is nowhere to be found. Where is he? Who are you? I turn and see Claude running toward me, a panicked expression in his eyes. I take a step toward him when a masked man suddenly blocks my path. Hi, Varg! Varg is gonna be a reoccurring guy, so you might as well get used to him. Who are you? I raise my sword, but the masked man taps his cane on the floor before I can swing. An incredible pressure blasts out from the cane. It shoves Claude to the floor and blows me backwards. I hit the wall hard and my vision darkens. Damn, girl, you weak. Sorry. Lord. Where am I? Why can't I see anything? My head hurts. Listen, that is not the right curse. I jerk up right at the familiar voice. You're the man who knocked me out. The man laughs and I blink as I try to pinpoint the direction of his voice. He blindfold me. I command you to take off this blindfold. Honey, that's not how it works. Blindfold is abruptly pulled off, and I flinch at the sudden brightness. Hello there, Varg. My captor looks at me, amused. He wears a crooked grin on his masked face and a cape on his shoulders. Who is he? My eyes wander to the throne, and I cannot help but gasp at what I see. The king is strapped to the throne, hands bound, mouth covered. Your Majesty. The king pauses to look at me, his eyes containing a mixture of alarm and confusion. I turn to glare at the masked man. Let him go! I grip my teeth as I begin to struggle against my bonds. Damn. Who are you? I ask for like the 19th time. The man drops into an elegant bow. Varg? What have you done to my father? I was about to say, sir, what do you mean? Are you working for Sir Alcaster? Yeah? So he's a mercenary. The door flies open and Alcaster steps in, his face full of anger. Why are Varric gives a dismissive shrug. He regards me again with his mischievous smile. Varric gestures at me. I glare at Varric before turning my gaze to Alcaster. I used to think Alcaster was someone to be respected. Not anymore. You remember who I am? Could Sir Mithros remember me? Alcaster shifts his attention to the king. No. My eyes meet the king's, but I see no recognition in his gaze. He cannot remember me. I haven't managed to break my curse yet. Why are you doing this to my father? To the kingdom? It's okay. Sure. Sure. But the people of Angiel love their king. Before I had thought that the town people were despicable because they hated me. Now I understand those reasons. They may have judged me as mother's daughter, which is wrong, but it does not mean they should be subject to a regime of fear. I think it's regime. There's a beast. It's my beast. Dead. Bitch? No, Dolores fine. She has to be. What? No, he killed Mithros? No! So yeah, I guess in this timeline, Mithros goes kaput. Rip. I cannot stop myself from blurting out the question. Sir Mithros is a witch. But now he is dead. Odin. He turned to his knight and demands more information. I am too shocked to hear their words. Sir Mithros. A witch? Impossible. What did you do to Sir Mithros? But why? He eyes me cautiously. If Sir Mithros was a witch, that would explain why he still remembered me. Why did he want me? You'll come in handy, oh my god. Alcaster turns back to the knight, who immediately bursts into explanation once more. There's a beast in the palace, and it's Sir Mithros' doing? I am so confused. What about the others? Are they okay? Let me go, Alcaster. Damn it. You know, Fritz, why is your dad like this? Why is your dad like this? Shut up, Vark, please. God. Vark looks unmoved by Alcaster's anger. Oh. Sir Alcaster turns to me, his eyes manic. Oh, if you sorry, I can't English. Did Dolores create a beast out of thin air? Sir Alcaster draws his sword from his sheath and curses under his breath. I squirm, desperate to find some kind of break in my restraints. Varg surprises me, however, by reaching down and cutting the ropes binding my arms with a sword that I recognize. I have my sword! I stand up as quickly as I can and grab the sword from him. That was too easy. I eye Varg warily as his mouth twists into a smirk. What are you doing? Why are you helping me? True. He looks like he doesn't care at all what happens. I mean, he doesn't. He's just here for the ride. For your small. Man, I love Varg. And bro funny as hell. I swing my sword toward him and Varg catches it with his cane. The door creaks and falls off its hinges. The knights stumble back, and I hear screaming as loud footsteps sounds against the hall's tiles. My eyes focus on the large figure entering the room. Though I cannot make out the specifics at first, the form grows more distinct the further it moves into the room. Whatever this is, I cannot fight it. There is a moment of eerie silence, and then Alcaster yells, and the knights rush forward, attacking the beast as a collective. The beast throws them off with surprising nimbleness, his rage in every swipe. I dodge away just before a man's body falls on top of me. Sir Alcaster rushes at the beast. Finally managed to get a clear line of sight to the king, who was still bound and helpless on the throne. The king. I have to get him out of here. I run toward the throne, but someone stops me dead in my tracks. He's so right. I grit my teeth and swing my sword at Varg, but he easily darts away from me. It is then that I notice the beast slowly making its way toward me. Why would it be after me? Either I stay here to fend it off, or... Alcaster catches the beast with a broad swipe of his sword, and the two are focused once more on each other. I glance urgently at the king, then at the doors. The beast moves again, and I realize that it is once more heading toward me. There's no way I can help the king in all this mess. I need help. I have to find the others. Oh no. Don't tell me I got the bad ending. No! Hopefully Alcaster will keep this beast busy long enough for me to get them. I turn and bolt through the room, weaving my way through the chaos of knights as I head toward the door. I glance over my shoulder one last time at the king. His eyes are trained on the battle before him. His hands grip the arms of his throne, but there is nothing he can do. I am so sorry. I'll be back. But for now, I have to find the others. I dart past the carnage in the room, stepping over and around bodies as they appear. Halfway to the door, the beast lunges past Sir Alcaster, and for a few moments, I think he might be attacking me. Stay back! I'm afraid of you! I hold my sword out in front of me and stand in a defensive position like Claude taught me. The beast never reaches me. Alcaster is suddenly in front of me, waving his sword at the beast. I stumble back towards the doors, my heart beating loudly in my chest. I have to get out of here. Yep. I figured it. God damn it. No. Oh, I got the bad ending. No. Where did the beast come from? Knights immediately rush toward me. I back away as far as I can without re-entering the throne room. I raise my sword and stand ready. The knights surround me. I order you to stay out of my way. Alcaster is not the true king. What did he offer you for your loyalty? Wealth? Status? One of the knights moves toward me and I react on instinct, swiping at him. Do not antagonize me. One knight rushes me and my blade connects with his shoulder. Another approaches me from behind and I hit him with the back of my sword. The third moves too fast for me and I feel his blade cut into my shoulder. I hiss at the pain that sings from the wound. I'm bleeding. Next time he swings, I successfully manage to evade him, but then bump into another knight. I'm surrounded. Alright, I kind of want to see where did I go wrong though. I should probably do that after I finish this though. I feel one of the knight's hands on my shoulder. I attempt to pull away from him but stop when I hear him scream. The beast stands behind me, eyes narrowed, its mouth gaping wide. A scream escapes my throat. The knights change their focus to attacking the beast, but it easily swipes them away as it advances toward me. It's getting closer. I desperately back up. However, my back soon hits a wall, and with nowhere else to go, I stand in the defensive position that Claude has taught me. I hold out the sword, and then use it to throw back the beast's shadowed claw as it reached out for me. It talks. Stay away from me. The beast moves toward me again, and I stumble in place, struggling to hold my ground. The knight throws his sword, the blade impaling itself into the beast's shoulder and giving me an opening. The beast's wounded arm swings into my reach, and I lash out with my sword, managing to draw blood. The lore would never create a beast like this. This has to be Sir Mithros' doing. An attacking knight catches the beast's attention, and I do not wait. I don't want to read the rest of this. This hurts my heart. I really hate his bad ending so much. As the beast turns, I raise my sword and manage to slide it deep into the beast's chest. A piercing cry erupts from somewhere deep in its throat, and I stumble back without my sword, which is still stabbed through the creature's heart. The beast collapses to the ground. I stare as it raises a hand to its chest. That motion reminds me so much of. A glimmer of light catches my eye. I freeze as I stare down at the ground. Right there, where the blood is already pooling around, the sword in the beast's chest is a rose-shaped locket. The locket I gave Claude, why do you... The beast stares up at me with glassy eyes, its mouth barely moving. After a few moments, a low rumbling comes from the beast's throat, and I realize that it is a grizzly, pained chuckle. I really hate his bad ending, man. I'm telling you, it made me cry, and now I feel like crying again. Hurts so much. The beast stares at me, unblinking, but its eyes are already beginning to haze over. The way it speaks, and the locket that it has. I look at the locket again, at the blood seeping beneath the surface, and suddenly I realize. Yeah, are you happy with yourself? You killed the man that you loved. I'm on a roll with getting bad endings, hell yeah. I kneel down beside the beast. I thought I was wrong. I can't even read this. No, man. I can't. I can't. I hate this ending so much. I hate it so much. Like, there's nobody's ending that I hate more than Claude. I hate it so much. Well, then again, I guess it is a good thing that I'm getting the bad endings, because I know normally I would, like, not want to get it. Alright. How the fuck did I go wrong? Oh. I'm sure that's fine. I don't have to go to him. It's fine. Okay. Okay, so I see 2 so far. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's only 7 wrong. Not bad compared to Rod, where like had like half of everything wrong. Alright. Let me see. How far back did we have to go? Chapter 3. So, I was pretty much on the right path. Alright. Thank the Lord for fast forward. So, that one was right. This one was right. This one I was supposed to stay inside, apparently. See, I'm just gonna quickly go through this stuff, just so we can get to the good ending. Alright. How's that? That was right. This was right. Okay, I really should have went with my gut and just teased him. God damn it! I really should have. Maybe that might have made a difference. Alright, so that's that. I have to fight back. Of course, I'm feisty. Girl, what do you mean you feel like you're gonna faint? Girl? Alright. Okay. And then obviously, new dialogue option. I mean, new dialogue. So I'm doing right. Wait, you saw me? True. Alright. Apparently it's supposed to be the lips, which is crazy, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. Alright, that's that. This one was right. Da 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 da. Have to step away from him. Right. Right. That was right, right? Right. Yeah, that was right, right. So yeah, like I said, I got a lot of stuff right. It was school tip, right? Yeah, that one's right. Like, excuse me, don't be pissy. That was right, the errands. Let's say I came to speak with you, though. Okay. I mean, he's not wrong in that aspect, though. She could have knocked. Why doesn't she knock? Yep, do that. That was right. Apparently I have to say I want a hug, but it is what it is. My knees feel weak. My girl got me rolling for real. Alright. What was next on the list? Thank him, which I obviously did. Alright, we should be good. I want to talk to you. I believe that was it, yeah? Yeah, I want to talk to you. Didn't have to promise, but fine. Right, and then the last choice. I could never be afraid of you, which was right. Alright. Dang it. So much to do. Oh, you know what? I probably should have been reading that. You know what? I'll just start from here. A smile flashes across his face, and for a few moments he seems more like the Claude that I know. Oh, okay. And then just skip to whatever I haven't read. Yeah, it's supposed to say Beauty and the Beast, and it's at the center. I'm like, no, that's not it. I was so sad when it said Beauty in the center. I was like, no. Alright, where did the beast come from? Yeah, it's same stuff. Can I take them all at once? Even knowing that, I still pull out my sword. I take a few steps back and then suddenly feel my back pressed up against something. The beast stands behind me, its back to me. I stand in its shadow, and I realize that if I turned around, it could swat me to the wall just like the rest of its victims. But it's just standing there. No. Together? Forever? I'm sorry. The beast says nothing more. Though I still feel on edge, there is something oddly familiar about this. Claude once told me it was better to fight back to back. I will trust you for now, whatever you are. I do not know if it understands me, but I can hope. It seems more like a human than any kind of animal. Midnight never finishes a sentence, as the beast sends him flying through the air. Rip. Why is it helping me? The knights fall like dominoes to the beast, and manage to remain standing when I strike them with my sword. Even just taking one down is so hard. These men have been trained for years, while I haven't even had the luxury of a year. But at the corner of my eye, I sense movement. I see a gleam of silver, and hear a grunt as the sword is raised into the air. The sword is nowhere near reaching me, but... The beast. I aim a kick at an approaching knight before whirling around to look at the beast. The oncoming sword comes closer to the beast's exposed back, and I know the beast will not be able to dodge in time. Move! I shove past the creature and catch the knight's sword with my own before it can harm the beast. My arms are shaking underneath the strength of the impact between our swords. I feel like my arms are going to give out. Then a flash of light appears, so bright that everyone is temporarily blinded. I stumble back, rubbing at my eyes. From the sounds of it, the beast is continuing to drive back the knights, most of them shouting to each other to retreat. What was that? When I'm finally able to see again, my eyes automatically land on my feet. I stare in shock. Glass slippers? I quickly reach up to my pendant and realize that it's no longer there. I completed my 3 good deeds? Oh, it knows my name. I look around and realize that the beast and I are alone, the knights having fled. Did the beast drive the rest of them off? I feel a pressure at my back and realize that the beast is touching me. My first instinct is to run, but the words it utters next paralyze me. I am very okay, my dear. Every word sounds breathless in pain, like it takes too much to speak. It is worried about me? I watch in shock as the beast appears to gesture toward my shoes. I step back warily. What are you? The beast reaches out and I see something glittering in the palm of its hand. The rose locket! For a few moments my heart plummets into my stomach and my hands begin to quiver. What did you do to Claude? These shadowed fingers curl over the locket, even as he stares at me. I gave that locket to Claude. The beast only stares at me for a few moments longer. Then suddenly I realize that his words are nothing more than a pained growl. Oh, I do not hold any malice. I gave that locket to you. The beast slowly nods. My grasp on my sword loosens as I stare at him in shock, realization dawning upon me. Claude? So this is your secret. Why would you not tell me? It could have hurt you, and I sure did. Like a few minutes ago. Claude has another form, a cursed form, and he never told me. Why? As my mind whirls, I feel... Sorry. I feel everything coming together like the pieces of a puzzle. All those times Claude was clutching at his chest. You were touching your tattoo so many times before, like you were in pain. Beast growls, and the sound is surprisingly soft, almost like a sigh. And the tattoo was... First time I saw that tattoo, it was a beautiful rose. Second time, it had more thorns. When the rose became ensnared in thorns, did he transform? And he always touched his tattoo when he came too close to me. Claude, your curse did not just make others fall in love with you. It stopped you from loving anyone too, didn't it? You mentioned that woman before, the one who he thought loved him but didn't. Is it possible because she saw him in this form and was terrified of him? If you loved anyone, you would turn into a beast. You loved the woman once, but she only loved you because of your curse. The minute you transformed, she was scared of you. Wasn't she? He sounds so pained. The reason Claude has been trying to hide everything from me is because he is scared that I would have feared him. That is why beauty has always been so important to him. But the curse cast upon him makes him both beautiful and a beast. Yeah? Well, you're in luck because I'm a monster fucker. And I say that proudly. His words are dwindling. It almost sounds like he's being suffocated on the inside, with how slowly he's speaking. Claude, I have never cared much about appearances. People have worn masks on their faces their whole life around me. Claude, I take a deep breath and face him. I will love you, no matter what form you take. I drop my sword to the ground and make my way over to him. I rest my cheek on his chest and wrap my arms around him. I love you. The room is filled with a bright but gentle light. It almost feels like I am bathing in sunlight. For a few moments I forget my worries. Everything feels blissful and quiet, and my heart feels full. Then, moments later, I feel warm arms around my waist. Aww. When I open my eyes, I still can't see anything. even though I know that the light has faded. The warmth is still there too, but now I feel it immediately on my skin, and I realize that is because Claude is hugging me. Not as a beast, but as a man. Did I break his curse? Her face is so cute. I realize that this is the first time Claude has ever touched me for a long period of time without abruptly moving away. Tentatively, I move my hands, feeling the fabric of his shirt and the warmth of him underneath it. Girl? Great. My throat's giving out on me. I don't think I'm gonna have time for a Bust the Fellows demo. Yep, I'll just quickly get through this. Yes, go save your father. Dad! Dad, stop! Stop! Oops. You know what? Alcaster doesn't matter. Forget him. Killed his own son. Damn. That's no son of mine. No, don't leave me, Fritz. Don't leave me. Fritz, no. Damn. I can't leave Fritz behind. No, sir. Oh. Alright. I think I'm just gonna be quiet for the rest of this. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. A pretty okay princess, that's crazy. We're getting to it, we're getting to the end. Hi, Dad. Mm-hmm. See, what happened was it's a very long story. We can get to that another day. Yeah. My daughter's found a boyfriend. I miss so much. Yeah. It's for Claude. Llama. Yeah, his brother also has a acronym. Maybe. I miss you too, man. Oh god. No. The maybe tacked on really solidifies it for me. Oh man, Fritz was done dirty. You know, now that I'm really looking back, I'm sitting here wondering, is it about Claude that really drew me to him the first time? I still don't know, but I don't regret it either. I mean, yeah. The English hard. I think anybody would be frustrated if you know, you did that. Maybe I'm just a sucker for guys like him. Holy shit, we made it to 6 hours. Oh, and there go ads again. Well, it's the end, so not a lot of twisty turns. Oh, jeez. No. Oh god. Oh, we're finally done. Not me predicting it's gonna be like a fucking 6 hour stream. Alright, well. That's the end. As usual, you can't really like skip the credits. I wish, I really do. But yeah, I'm not even gonna make you guys stick around for the credits. I'm really not. Thank you guys for coming. I know a lot of you probably didn't stay till the very end. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. Because, you know, if you got stuff to do, you got stuff to do. But alright. Next Cinderella Phenomenon stream, we'll be doing Rumple's Route. Hopefully it won't be another 6 hour stream. Hopefully. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow for VN yapping. Basically, I just want to like talk about some stuff that I played. That's all. But yeah, you know what? The credits are almost done anyway. So I might as well just wait it out. I should have just ended stream when I had the chance. But yeah, like I said, it's pretty much over. No, man, I'm sorry. Just thinking of Claude's bad ending really just makes me really sad. Oh my god, I can't. I know my voice is like completely gone now, but so yes, Rumple here. We will be doing that next week. I will be changing up the day that I pick for Cinderella Phenomenon, so we don't end up with like a 6 hour stream like today. Hoping to keep it like to like 5